Hi, and welcome to the Roundtable Discord podcast. I am your host for today, Merlin. Today, our topic is going to be on transgender studies, or not transgender studies, but transgender surgeries. First, I would like to, invite anybody who's listening to this on YouTube or maybe on Twitch to join our Discord server. You can find us by Googling the Roundtable Discord. You can also find the link that is in the panels below on our Twitch page. Today, we have like I said, we'll be discussing transgender surgery, and we have our special guest, TheDex, who will be arguing for, where I will be arguing against. And so, without any further ado, we're going to get right into it. The rules of the debates. If we have any moderators, do we have any moderators here that would like to moderate our debate?
I can do it.
Thank you, Sir Polly. So, Sir Polly will be taking track of the time. There will be, I believe, what do? We usually give 3 minutes or 5 minutes rebuttals.
We do 5 minutes. We could do 3 rounds or 5 rounds.
Okay, Dex, what works for you, brother?
I would like it if we could do 3 rounds, if that's okay with you.
3 rounds sounds like perfect amount of time. So we'll be doing 3 rounds. I asked Dex to go first, since I need a little time to prepare for my position, since I was not the original arguer. However, I am interested and excited to hear what he has to say. So, Sir Polly, whenever you have a chance, or whenever you feel like we're ready, yeah, man, and go ahead and take over.
All right, Dex. Nice having you here, buddy. Are you ready to go?
Yes, sir.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, so before we get into the meat of my arguments, I want to apologize for my cough, and I would also like to thank my extremely smart, super handsome, and very nice debate opponent Merlin, especially after debating me after such short notice. I would also like to thank the server for hosting us during this event. Getting that out of the way, today I'm going to prove to you that allowing trans people the basic liberty and the basic human right of choosing whether or not to have transition surgery is not only beneficial to them, but also advantageous to our society. According to a Trevor Project report, 6 in 10 trans and non-binary young people have seriously considered taking their lives. 3 in 10 trans people in America have tried to take their life in the last year. These figures are more than double their cisgender counterparts. Clearly, this is a problem that needs to be addressed. However, one way of not addressing this problem properly is trans conversion therapy. Trans conversion therapy is when you try to make someone adhere to the gender that they were assigned to at birth. It's just like gay conversion therapy, but for trans people. And just like gay conversion therapy, it simply doesn't work. A study that looked at 27,715 trans people who went through conversion therapy found, quote, exposure to gender identity conversion efforts was significantly associated with increased odds of severe psychological distress during the previous months and lifetime suicide attempts compared to transgender adults who have discussed their gender identity with a professional but who are not exposed to conversion efforts, end quote. So if that doesn't work, what does? Well, a number of new studies coming out, it seems that bottom transition surgery is massively beneficial to trans people's mental health. A study done in Sweden found, quote, when transgender people undergo sex reassignment surgery, the beneficial effect on their mental health is still evident and increasing years later. Among trans people who have gone gender affirming surgery, the longer ago their surgery, the less likely they were to suffer anxiety, depression, or suicidal behavior during the study period. Researchers also reported in the American Journal of Psychiatry. While a new study confirms that transgender individuals are more likely to use mental health treatments, it also shows that gender affirming therapy reduces this risk, end quote. But this study is only one of many demonstrating the positive effects of gender affirming therapy. What do others say? Well, a meta-analysis done by Cornell University looked at 55 studies. Quote, identified 55 studies that consist primarily research on this topic, of which 51, about 93%, found that gender transition improves the overall well being of transgender people, while 4 or 7% reported mixed or no findings. We found no studies concluding that gender transition causes overall harm, end quote. This makes one thing clear: transition surgery is massively beneficial for trans people. But studies are not the only thing saying this. Transgender people also say this. A study done by Jochin Hess and Leo Panic found, quote, the very high rates of subjective satisfaction and the surgical outcomes indicate that gender reassignment surgery is beneficial. And a survey of trans people found, quote, surgical satisfaction ranged from 94 to 100%. With this 5 minutes, I have not only showed you that trans conversion therapy hurts trans people's mental health, but I've also showed you that there is not any reason a government should trample on the rights of trans people, because not only do trans people love when they get these surgeries, but also studies show the immense benefits that there are for trans people who decide to take their liberty to have this surgery. I would like to secede the rest of my time.
All right, Merlin, are you ready to go, my friend?
I guess I'm as ready as I'll ever be. So,
There we go.
to address some of the points that you made, which I find to be interesting, that a lot of these studies that you find correlate with, I guess, the happiness of the decision that these transgender people make in order to go through with the surgery. And like you stated before, and like I did, I didn't really prepare for this, but I do, from my offhand knowledge, from having discussions about this topic or similar topics, it was been under my assumption that a majority of these transgenders, up to 70%, and like I said, I still have to find the quotes for these numbers, but up to 70% of them regretted having the surgery. And on top of that, well, what I mean when they regret having the surgery, right? So, like, I think a lot of transgender people don't understand is the what actually goes into this surgery, right? And so, for anybody who's not familiar with the transgender surgery, for a male to female, by the way. It works in the male or female to male inverse way too as well. It's actually kind of like they kind of redo how your body forms genitalia when you're inside the womb, right? So like, I mean, you can for males in here, you can look underneath your penis and through your scrotum, you'll have this large scar, right? And I always thought, I was like, oh God, what did they do to me when they circumcised me? But really, we all have this scar, and it's when our genitalia fuse from each side, because essentially we all start off with like a pseudo vagina, but that can be morphed into either a vagina or to a penis. So what they do for the surgery for a male to, female to male, or I'm sorry, this is kind of confusing to me. But if you're a man, you're going to become a woman. They slit down the upside of your penis where the scar is, and they basically invert your penis. Now, you don't. Another thing is you lose a substantial amount of sensation when it comes to this surgery, right? It's not going to feel the same. It's not going to be a vagina, because the vaginal cavity of a woman is a different type of skin, than is on the outside of a penis, right? So another problem that we have with transgender men who have, or not we, but they have, is that after they've had this surgery done, they essentially have an open wound down there for the rest of their lives. They have to take antibiotics, a whole plethora of medication that I am I don't know exactly what they do, but they do take medication to ward off types of infections that, could happen down there. And on top of that, there's a smell that comes along with it, because, like I said, it's not a vaginal wall, and in the vagina, contrary to popular belief, is actually a pretty clean place. I mean, well, in the essence that it cleans itself, right? It sheds its own uterine wall, whereas a male transgender is unable to do this thing, and dead skin, just like inside your belly button. And for all of you you nasty guys out there that don't clean their belly button, you can take your finger right now, scoop it in there, give it a whiff, and that's what inside a man's a mangina would smell like. And oh, sorry. I thought I got an interruption from the Craig bot, but it wasn't. So, I mean, there's a lot of consideration going into what it means to actually get this surgery, right? I mean, it's a huge implication, and for what? For sexual gratification that you're going to lose most of the sensation for. To me, it just seems like a very radical step to get into. I know one of the points that I wanted to mention that you mentioned was this I guess conversion therapy, right? And we see this also in Christians, trying to pray the gay away and stuff like that. We know this stuff doesn't work,
One
right?
minute.
Thank you. But what I think we have is the wrong mindset, right? Instead of conversion therapy, I think it should be acceptance therapy. I think people should just accept what they are and how they were made. I mean, I'm not above cosmic or not cosmological, but cosmetic surgery. I was even considering getting hair plugs myself. I was in a flight to Turkey not even a couple months ago just to go get this done. But I found it to be a very vain thing. I'm glad I did it. And I'm not saying that they do this to be vain, but I just think that there are a lot of ramifications that come along with a surgery like this that need to be taken into consideration if you're going to mutilate your body in order to, conform with what you believe you are in your head. And, a lot of these people do end up, not a lot, but there's a vast majority. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. That's my time. But yeah.
Okay, Dex, round two for you, my friend. Are you ready?
Could you give me 40 seconds really quickly?
Sure.
Sure. I guess I'll just finish my point, which was that there are a considerable amount of people who do have this surgery and regret it. And as far as when it comes to cosmolog, I don't know why I'm saying that word, but cosmetic surgery. When it comes to adding things, it's one thing, right? Fake boobs or such. But when it comes to taking away things, I think there needs to be a lot of consideration to be taken care of.
Okay, I am ready now.
Hey, Dex, here goes your time.
Sounds good. Okay, so the notion that a lot of transgender people don't like this is simply not true. This is why there's so many health benefits, so many mental health benefits with transition surgery, is because not only does it alleviate a problem within yourself, but it also makes you feel like the gender that you are, right? So it is massively beneficial. So a lot of people don't know what's going into the surgery, and there's a smell. Well, all of this doesn't matter when we're talking about the beneficial effects, right? I think we should be able to deal with some of our people in our society being a little bit more smelly if it means that they can live another day, if it means that they can now get married, if it means that they can now start a family and not kill themselves. Like, this is completely safe. Like, from transgender, this was from the Transgender Surgery Center for Philadelphia. They said, quote, most people return to work after rhinoplastia in about 4 to 6 weeks. You can resume strenuous work and exercise in 6 to 8 weeks. So we see that people can heal from the surgery, right? This is not a surgery that puts you out for the rest of your life. You can function just like a regular human being and with this surgery. See, and this seems like the notion that this seems like a very radical action. Yes, sure it is. But what matters is that it saves lives. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, when someone is alive, they don't care what kind of actions it took them so that they could live, right? They're just happy they're alive. And that this notion of acceptance therapy, I mean, see, the thing is, what we have to understand is transgender people are transgender because their brain is more closely to the gender they identify as. A study said, quote, brain activity and structure in transgender adolescents more closely resembles the typical activation patterns of their desired genders, according to the findings to be presented in Barcelona. So we see that this surgery addresses a real problem. It addresses the problem that the gender they were assigned as, their brain doesn't match up. So when we can align their body to their brain, what happens is that they are safer. They're less likely to be mentally ill, and they're less likely to kill themselves. So I think this is all strong evidence to point to the fact that this transition surgery saves lives and is a good force in our society. I'd like to succeed the rest of my time.
Okay. You ready for round two, Merlin?
Yes, I was gonna try and look up this study real quick, which is because it's interesting. I'm gonna begin my time now, but it's interesting that you're basing this your argument on the fact that the difference is that they are more aligned to the brain of the gender that they identify as. I mean, it wasn't that long ago. It was like not last semester in my psych class. We were talking about the study of the differences between the male and the female brain, and the argument that feminists use is that there is very little difference between a male and a female brain. Really, the difference, I mean, like as far as size and stuff like that, male brains are a little bigger just because we usually have a bigger body and stuff like that. So, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we are smart. And there are differences, right? And in key areas of the brain, for instance, men are more able to are better at spatial problems, so they have a more developed. I'm not going to even quote the part of the brains that did these things, but essentially, what the findings of this study is that there was very little difference between the brains. Thus, we are equal. However, I mean, the only reason why this is on my mind because I actually want to argue the point that there are differences, right? And the study does show this, but the differences are very minute, right? They're not very comparable, or they're negligible. However, it's my personal belief that with the combination of these small parts, differences and the combination of hormones, that this is what makes the difference in between these sexes. There's another point that I wanted to make, but I got too lost on the whole point of the brain. It's just from now, I guess I'm going to concede my time. Apparently, I just lost my point. But I guess I just want to reiterate the point that, if you're basing this, that people feel, oh, okay, I kind of remember, people are basing this feeling on, who they are, I think that's kind of a dangerous notion because the only thing is, like, I think that all this transgender stuff is going way too fast. Like there are so many different environmental factors that we're not even taking into consideration. We don't know the effects of different chemicals or, estrogen levels inside of drinking water or the effects of phytoestrogens that are being released from plastics or certain types of foods. That affect hormone levels, the fact that we have GMOs and pesticides that lower, sperm rate, and there's a lot of external factors that may be going into the change of the mental health or of men, and also the fact that we've had this movement of feminism. There has been a radicalization of feminizing men to the point where we see basically if there was an equal amount of transgender women and transgender men who wanted to get this surgery, then we probably would see 50-50, right? But what we actually see is more men getting the surgery than women, and I don't want to misquote it, but I think it's around 9 out of 10, right? We're getting more women than we're getting more men, and I think that's a result of not only our economic situation of these people where they're brought into, the cultural relevance, and feminization. There's just a lot of different factors that I believe are being put into play on top of chemical, interventions. Not wanted chemical interventions, by poisoning essentially by your food products. But I just think I think it's just too hasty to just jump into the idea that a surgery is really going to help out somebody. But then again, it might. When we have 60-year-old men who become women of the year, and they're perfectly fine with it. I mean, I don't know. I just think that there just needs to be more time and more consideration as us, as a society, as humans, before we go off. Because personally, another thing that I want to touch, and I'll probably touch on my next point, is the fact that we've got these femboys, like these I don't know, I forgot what they're called, traps, right? Traps. Traps are beautiful. They really are, and they do a way better job at being women than women do. Right? Men make the best women. I say that all the time. So I just don't think it's necessary, and I'll argue that point in my next concession, so I can see my time. Thank you.
You had like 1 second left.
Every
All
second
right,
counts.
Dex, this is your final round. Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
There we go.
Okay, so the argument a feminist use is that brains are not that different. So when we're talking about the lives of our citizens and how we can use therapy to treat certain mental illnesses, I have no shits in the world for what some crazy red hair, fat feminist says, right? What I care about is what the studies say. And the studies are obvious. Like out of 55 studies, 51 studies showed that transition surgery improves the well-being of transgender people. It raises their life expectancy. And when a feminist, just to elaborate, when a feminist does say this, I think they're trying to say what you're trying to say, right? Is that there are differences, it's just that they're very minute. And then the next point that you're basing this feeling of who they are and you're having a surgery about that, I think that's dangerous. Well, it's shown that it's more dangerous for them not to have the surgery, and even more dangerous for them to have the conversion therapy. In fact, it helps them when they do have this surgery. And this whole notion of we're feminizing men, again, this is another conversation to have, right? But this isn't really what we're debating, right? We could debate all day about like the pros and cons of feminizing men, how it affects your society, what it does to people. But what we're looking at is how transition surgery impacts transgender people. And as I stated many times before, there's no reason for the government to clamp down on the rights of the individual to express themselves differently. I think there's nothing wrong with that. And the studies and what transgender people, they back me up. They say, yes, this is beneficial. Yes, I want this surgery. Yes, this makes me feel more comfortable in my own body. And that's what's important. Now, this whole notion of 6-year-olds becoming men, I totally agree with you. I think this is really disgusting. I would never give my child like a transition surgery when they're only 6 years old, right? But like we're talking about adults,
No.
right? And if we can give adults the right to vote, if we can give adults the right to defend ourselves in the military, I don't think it's much of a stretch to give adults the right to be more comfortable in their body. And again, since this is my last time, I really would like to go over my points. My points being that transition surgery, the studies are clear, they're crystal clear. And what they're screaming to us is that transition surgery is massively, immensely beneficial to not only trans people, but to our society as a whole. Not only have I showed you that it is beneficial, in fact, the opposite, conversion therapy is very harmful to trans people.
No, transitional surgery is more
Making them
detrimental to their
have
health.
severe psychological distress and making them want to kill themselves. This is not a good thing. I've showed you that transition surgery is not that dangerous, and that in fact you can go back to hitting the gym in about 6 to 8 weeks. And finally, I would really love to thank Merlin. I mean,
No
he just
transitional
came into this
is
debate
more-
unknowing. He was totally, had no prior notice of it. He couldn't really prepare for it because he didn't know it was coming. So I really want to thank Merlin. And with that, I would like to succeed the rest of my time.
All right, Merlin, you want to close in argument?
Yes.
Yep, we're around.
I was just creating a poll. I'm hoping that it's unbiased. I hope it's not begging the question or whatever, but I think it kind of sums up both of our points. So if you guys could, just go ahead and go to the rec channel, check out the straw poll me.
We're around, dude.
I know. Okay. So I don't know if it's already started or not, but here I go. So, I do want to thank Dex. I didn't have much prepared, but I have read up, or this has been a topic of interest, right? Because and this isn't really like my area of where I've looked into was really the feminization of men. I know that's not the topic we're having. We're talking about should transgenders be able to have the surgery, but I do believe that is a consequence thereof. So I guess I'll try to reiterate my points as well. Now, do I believe that transgenders should be able to have their surgery? Right. I believe that it is the right of any individual to do however or whatever they want with the body that they have, and I understand that freedom more than anything because I used to be government property. I still know my government property ID number. So it does suck to lose that type of individuality, and especially if you feel like you're being oppressed your entire life, to who you think you are or who you are. So I think the reason I'm against it, right? Because I'm not against individuality. I'm not against people making decisions. I'm against people making decisions because they believe that this is the only way to I guess express themselves or to see themselves. And there are other ways, like I was saying, acceptance therapy, right? Like it kind of seems like a crux idea, but I don't know why I keep saying that word. But anyways, it just seems like for me it was a very powerful thing to accept who I am. And like I was touching on the point that traps, even though I don't know if that's a derogatory term or not, I don't think it's a derogatory. In fact, I think it's a compliment, right? If I call someone a trap, it's because I believe them to be a very beautiful woman. And I won't lie to you guys. I've looked into this stuff. I've even been tempted myself by some traps. They're just there's something, and they're beautiful, and they don't have to chop off something of their body to prove who they are. And another thing on top of that too is like when you start to chop off these body parts, the most sensitive parts of your body, right? Like I'm just talking purely from a sexual perspective. If you're basically cutting off half of the orgasm that you can, right? Because people who are transsexuals or traps are usually bottoms, I'm assuming, and they get basically double the pleasure, right? You got the what's that thing called, the prostate, and you've got phallus ejaculation or whatever the term is. So just to chop it off, it just seems like you're trying to please other people, and you're not really and on just before I lose my point and I trail off, I guess what I want to say in my closing statement is that even though I may not be against it individually, I am against the idea because I don't believe that we have enough information. I don't believe that people truly understand the implications of what may happen. Maybe people who go into transgender surgery do their research, and I hope they do. I pray to God they do. But I just believe that there are external factors here at play that might be influencing the decision and making it think that it's their own decision, right? There's a lot of political push right now. There's a lot of social and cultural push to have these things come to light, and it's been a great thing the past 20, 30 years. We've seen so many, LGBT rights come to fruition, but it would just be a shame to push this under the guise of acceptance and of diversity, while really it was a debauchery of what it really means to be a female or male. Because does your genitalia, where does it end? Does your
45 seconds.
Thank you. Does it end at your genitalia? Does it end at your chromosomes and stuff like that? I just think that people should just be more accepting of who they are, and I think that they're definitely just before any of this happens, if anyone does it, to really do their research, and I hope that there are, one day we can just magically boop put whatever genitalia you want on people with no consequence. But that's a world we're dreaming in, and right now, this, the important part is that we're having discussions like this to make sure that future people, future transsexuals, or people who are thinking about doing this, make the correct decision for their life. And that's all I want for people, is for them to make the correct decisions in their life. So thank you for your time. Thank you for our special guest, Dex, and I will concede the rest of my seconds. So with that being said, I would like to thank our moderator, Sir Polly, and at this point, I would like to open it up to the floor to see if there are anybody here who would like to chime in and give their 2 cents.
Yeah, man. So that was really interesting. It wasn't really quite fair, given that you didn't have time to prepare. And I guess I think that TheDex is very good at finding sources that agree with him. Those aren't necessarily the only sources, I would argue, but I don't have competing things in front of me. As to like whether people should have the right, when they're adults, I'm an individualist, and I think people should have the right. But there's some data, and I have personal anecdotes about people getting over their gender dysphoria and regretting their surgeries. I think you said that the rate that people are pleased with their surgeries has a range that approaches 100%. I would be very surprised if that were actually the case. We didn't talk about the suicide rate and whether or not it was lowered significantly by the surgery. We didn't talk about just what explains that high suicide attempt rate, which is higher than Jews living under Nazi Germany, higher than blacks living under slavery. And there's no way that environmental factors account for that entire effect.
Okay, so yeah, I just want to hit on this point again. Merlin, super proud of you for just taking up the debate, and just for just going at it with no prior notice. Totally, it's not fair necessarily. And no, it's absolutely not fair. And I want to ask everyone, go to straw poll, vote in it. It's very important you do this. And so the thing is, I did research both sides because I always like to see what my opponent's gonna bring up, just in case, so I have I'm ready for it. And I've only saw one study from the Brookings Institute that said it was bad. But the thing is, it used anecdotes. So again, I only found one study, and I found multiple meta-analysis where almost all of the studies are pro transition surgery. And what explains the high suicide rate is because it's literally like putting a female brain into a male body, right? So of course you're going to have some mental health problems there. So I think that's what mainly explains the high suicide rate. But what lowers it is when we allow these transition surgeries. And I posted all my sources in the mention if you want to go through them.
Yeah, I guess the thing I was arguing against was the idea that the suicide rate is there, purely because we don't accept people and we are bigoted against them or whatever. And there's a high suicide rate amongst trans people who pass, right? If you pass, then you're not being treated differently by society, except you're the people you're actually in a relationship, or people you've chosen to tell. Strangers aren't going to treat you differently. No one can tell whether or not you've had bottom surgery when you're just walking around, right? So people aren't treating you differently based on that. And then if you are unfortunate enough to have the kind of body where you look like a linebacker, but you want to be a woman, right? And you're not passing very well. Well, I mean, yeah, you're going to have sort of a difficult experience in social life, the same way someone who has just an unfortunate appearance and is cis, right, is going to have a more difficult time going through life. I don't know, I just don't see the level of intolerance that that people are claiming. When people talk about trans day of remembrance, and they list the people who were murdered, they neglect to mention that this happens almost exclusively in the African American community, and that in very few of these cases is there shown to be any link between the murder and their being trans, right? These are often people in high-risk situations involving prostitution or something. So I just don't think America is as intolerant as people on the left often like to make it out to be.
So multiple things to hit on here. So hate crimes have risen over the past few years. Particularly, I'm familiar on the data from just homophobic attacks. But I think if there's a rise in homophobic attacks, there will absolutely be a rise in transphobic attacks. Again, I would need to look up a source to find this. But the thing is, I don't really think it matters like whether in what communities these transgender attacks happen, right? As long as we reduce them, right? I don't know why we're like zeroing in on that. And the thing is, like if we just anecdotally, like people fucking hate trans people. Okay, this is the one minority that I'd love to debate about because people are typically against like transition surgery. They're against these types of surgeries. Like you can just hear it in the locker room, like literally, like sometimes I hear, "Bro, why are you being such a fucking tranny?" You know what I mean? Stuff like that. And I know that's really anecdotal, but we see like a rise in crimes. But I mean, again, like the suicide rate isn't like I'm never gonna claim it's always because of like the culture. What I'm gonna say is that they literally have a mental illness, right? I would expect that someone with a mental illness is gonna be more likely to kill themselves. No, same if they got treatment, right? But what's important to look at, does that treatment help? And almost every single study that comes out about trans people shows that this transition surgery does help.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting, because it's pretty opposite from what I have learned and listened, not studied, but I do actually want to study this stuff, like, transgender surgery isn't what got me into psychology. However, intersexual dynamics has got me into psychology. And I have my own personal beliefs of, what sexuality is and the needs, the human need to either be masculine or feminine, and there's a duality there that's very beautiful. But it's also, I think, very misconstrued, right? I mean, we have all these different archetypes that we feel that people need to adhere to, the feminine or the male archetypes. And so it's just, I personally just think that right now is a very confusing time in humanity, right? Like it would be a completely different story if like we could just, transfer our consciousness to a new body, the body that you want. But we'd have a very beautiful world, I guess, if that was the case. But yeah, go on, brother.
So when people are talking, like you're saying, like, oh yeah, people in the locker rooms are like saying, don't be such a tranny or whatever. Like, of course, like there's an element to that, but I really think America is, and the world to a lesser extent, is undergoing like a huge change in this. Like, just, I mean, I don't want to be crude, but like just the proliferation of like the pornography is normalizing this to such an extent that like we just had a public recorded event where a Christian was like publicly admitting that he thinks about the stuff occasionally, and like that would not have probably been a thing like in the 80s or the 90s or even like the early 2000s, and so I think we're definitely moving in the direction of tolerance, and not to say that that sexual interest is the same as tolerance, like it isn't, but it is being normalized. And the problem I have is it's being normalized so much that I think that people who are not necessarily like true transsexuals, if you believe there's such a thing, are starting to get into it, and people are they're choosing to do this basically to embrace a sexual fetish, rather than because of like they're genuinely confused about their identity. And I think that in 5 years or so, we're going to be having a lot of lawsuits against doctors. I think we're going to be having a lot of we already have a lot of suicides, but a lot of suicides of people who have been through transition and are regretting it. And obviously it's just an anecdote, but I dated someone who spent a significant period of time like living as a female and male, and taping down her chest and such, and said that she would have removed her breast if she'd had the money, and is really, really glad that she didn't have the money because it would have been a mistake.
That's common. That's so common now. There's a lot of them defecting.
See, we can say this, right? But the thing is, most people don't regret it, right? Most people it actually helps them not kill themselves. It helps them psychologically. For
Okay, those
most
two
people,
things don't follow from each other.
I don't know if you're new from here, but we have this one rule where you can't interrupt. It's like the number. So I'm gonna ask that you don't interrupt me next time. So actually, these studies do show that suicidality decreases. These studies do show that psychological stress does decrease. And I'm sure that a lot of people regret this surgery, but most transgender people like this. This is why you see such high approval ratings. This is why you don't see huge suicidality increase after the surgery. And our society is undergoing a huge change. Sure, no, absolutely, I totally accept this. I mean, gay marriage was like legalized like 5 years ago. You know what I mean? Yeah, absolutely. Like if you look at media representation, sure, but this doesn't refute the point that hate crimes against anti LGBT hate crimes are increasing. I posted it in the event chat if you want to source. So we have a male and female archetype. Yeah, I agree, and I think this is where a lot of the problems stem. See, I'm a gender abolitionist. I think the concept of gender is kind of cringe, right? I'd rather have it so that everyone just expresses the way that they are, rather than like you have to adhere to this male female like binary. I think it seems kind of cringe.
Well, that's really interesting because I mean, you can take that argument and you can actually use it to say, fewer people need to transition than more, right? You can say instead of thinking, oh, I don't feel entirely comfortable, I have to change from one part of the binary to another part of the binary. You could just be like a feminine man or a masculine woman, and and that would be okay too.
Which is what the mainstream gender abolitionists say, by the way.
Oh no, I absolutely agree. I absolutely agree with that, right? I would say getting rid of the concept of gender would be super beneficial. But that's like saying, you're a socialist, therefore you can't comment on how we can do capitalism better. I may be a gender abolitionist, however, I think in the current system that in which how we view gender, I think there are improvements that can be made. And one of the improvements is allowing people the basic human right to have bodily autonomy, the basic human right to have this surgery. Because not only does it help them, right, it just makes them happier in general. And I think that's what we should value.
Yeah, so I wanted to comment on what Sir Paul, or I'm sorry, not Sir Paul, Sir Snarl said. How we're in these times, in our society where it's it's a big transition, right? Like we're not only transition for people who are going through transitions, but us as a human society. And I do like the fact that you're a gender abolitionist, right? So, but I think that's kind of a cool concept. I just, the thing is, when it comes to people who are going to regret these surgeries, and compared to the people that you're basically quoting from the studies, the ones who don't regret it, the ones who say this is life changing, exactly what I needed in my life, right? I mean, I think that's unfortunately, the people who are going to regret this and stuff like that, because that these are gonna be the casualties, or not the casualties, but the cost of what it means to get to the next level, because I just right now, like, I think of this one channel I was watching called I can't remember what it was, but it was basically about these atheists who read the Bible, right? And I've been following them for like 5 or 6 years, and I think it's called The Bible Reloaded. But the guy, like, he transitioned from male to female over, and it just, like, I mean, I don't know exactly why this guy transitioned, but to me it spoke volumes to all different types of people right now who are having an identity crisis, right? People are really asking themselves, who am I, right? It's like the ghost of Descartes just came through and just, like, who are you, man? You sure you know who you are? But I feel like this is just the beginning, right? This is just like the 1970s with plastic surgery, or like 1950s. That some botched jobs, but those people had to go through that in order for people to get to where we are today with plastic surgery. So maybe it's just a simple case of that. I'm not sure.
I don't want to give, like, I don't want to put Dex in the position of having to defend something that he doesn't defend, or like, a slippery slope thing. But I do want to find a way to, like, to help and accommodate these people without dissolving into like utter degeneracy, right? Because there are cases where, like, this guy, he decides, he has a family of 7, and he decides he's not going to only transition from a man to a woman. He's also transitioning from a guy in his 50s to a 5-year-old, and found like a family to adopt him, and he lives with his actual 6-year-old sister, and like simultaneously has a sexual relationship with her parents. Like, and
Wait,
these
in
kinds
a
of,
sexual relationship with? I watched that. There was a sexual relationship aspect to it too.
like, not with the parents is
Yeah, that's
what
what
I
I
heard.
mean.
I didn't confirm that myself,
That's
but
some
like,
sick shit.
so I mean, the people that are the trans advocates, they're not doing themselves a favor by like aligning with people who are like truly like predators or degenerate. Like, I think they have to draw a line and say, look, like, we're not associated with uh, like with like this sheer insanity. And also, like, most people that have gender dysphoria that I've spoken to, or even heard of, they don't want to be gender fluid. They don't want to be agender. They just want to be the other gender, right? And so the people that are being advocates for this, I don't think they're really representative of the trans community. I think the trans community is like a bit more down to earth and sane than like the trans advocate.
Okay, so a lot of things to respond here. So, Pete, some people are gonna regret this. Oh no, my first notion. Some people are gonna regret this. Yeah, sure. But I've been looking up some regulations that like that Sweden does compared to the U.S. because their trans people often fare better. And there seems that we can, like, what a really good idea is having 3 separate psychiatrists, like having them being able to verify you by suggesting you have a surgery. That seems to be very effective. And that some people are gonna, have bad surgeries. They're gonna be the cost. Yeah, sure. But when we make policy, we need to look at what's overall beneficial. And it shows, not it doesn't seem, it shows in the studies that allowing people to have transgender surgeries is beneficial. And does dissolving it into degeneracy, like, I'm sorry that, like, you don't like people transitioning, you know what I mean? But feelings don't matter in policy, right? Degeneracy never matters in policy. What does matter is what works. And it's shown that it makes people live longer, it makes people live happier lives. Like, I would rather have some people say, oh, that's degenerate, than like trans people like killing themselves in mass, right? And then so that guy who was in his 50s and became a 6-year-old, that shit is so cringy. I would never support that. I would never get caught supporting that in 50 years, okay? So the difference between transgender people and 50-year-olds who want to become 6-year-olds is transgender people usually have an extremely valid complaint. That being that their brain is the wrong gender and that they want to fix that, and it's shown to be beneficial. 50-year-olds becoming 6-year-olds, that's just really cringe. So, and the trans advocates are in line with predators. I don't even know what this shit is anymore. I mean, if they are, I would like tell them to shut the hell up and never support this. I mean, I don't care what trans advocates say. I care what the studies say. And people, they don't want to be agender. I think that's because of the society that we're in, right? This society glorifies this masculine role, but I think our society should just get rid of both of them and just have people be people.
Well, I mean, I'm finding this, like, I consider it sort of an unhealthy obsession with identity. Okay, so I think I didn't want to be misunderstood when I said the degeneracy, and I gave an example. I wasn't tarring like the entire trans movement with that brush, right? I think there are people who do it, for legitimate reasons. I'd like society to actually draw a reasonable line instead of just trying to break down every barrier or whatever, because you break down every barrier and then like everything starts being acceptable. And like I'm actually genuinely curious. Like there's been a couple of like transracial people that have been hitting the news. Are we just ignorant? Like, are we going to be accepting that in 5 years, or is that also like absurd? Like the guy turning into a 6-year-old.
Okay, so there's important distinctions to make. The only reason I support transgender people transitioning is because it it increases the likelihood that they're going to be alive, right? So I think you can't just be scared. Well, now people are going to become white and black and blah blah blah. You can't just be scared of that and then deny these people transition surgery, which is going to save their lives. You know what I mean? I don't think it's worthy sacrifice. I don't think you should sacrifice trans people on the altar of, well, it's, we got to draw a line somewhere. And this leads me to my other point, that you can make this argument that society should draw a line with literally anything, right? You could do it with gay marriage, like, oh, we shouldn't lose our Christian morals. We got to draw a line somewhere. Gay marriage is just too degenerate. You know what I mean? You can literally say this with anything. But again, this doesn't matter. Like drawing a reasonable line. The only reasonable line that can be drawn is with studies, is with human lives, right? So I don't care if you don't like it, right? As long as it keeps people alive and makes people happy, I'm fine with it. And then,
I do feel like it's a little
Okay, so I just want to say this really quickly. I'm sorry, I thought you were trying to say that transgender is all degenerate. I'm sorry for mischaracterizing your argument there.
Oh, no problem. I also like oh shit, I just lost track of my train of thought. I'm sorry. Someone else go ahead.
I guess I was gonna type something out, but I guess I would just speak on this as a Christian. I do believe it's degenerate, but only in the aspect that any indulgences that take you away from your spiritual connection. Indulgences of the flesh. That's everything, right? That's smoking, doing drugs, right? That's degenerate. Lying's degenerate. And basically not accepting, or giving into your sexuality as your identity, is degenerate. And I'm not against sexuality. I'm not against anything. I think people can have very beautiful connections with each other. Male or man or woman. I mean, I can't really speak too much about the homosexual aspect of it, but as far as a heterosexual relationship with another person, I can understand that there can be a very beautiful and a symbiotic relationship, and I think that's, like for me, that's why sex is, like, that's the meaning of sex. It's not just only procreation, but it's a connection. And when you start to when I guess what I'm doing is I'm projecting, right? So I'm projecting my little I guess adventure, not adventure, but what I went through last year. Like last year, I was trying to kind of discover myself. I red pilled myself, right? I was going to the bars, chasing women and stuff like that, and I didn't feel like myself at all. And my whole identity was tied around my sexuality and my ability to be successful with my sexuality, which I never was successful, by the way. Keep it short for you guys, but. To me, that was probably, even though I felt happy, I was going out, having a good time, meeting people, being the life of the party, whatever. I'm a pretty obnoxious person when I get drunk, but I just didn't feel whole, and I felt empty inside. And it wasn't really until my spiritual awakening that I kind of realized that. So I mean, when I say or compare to say that this is degenerate, I'm not saying that to be insulting, but rather to I guess speak about the consequences of going into your own personal indulgences that tie you to this world. Lust, sloth, wrath. What is that? Freaking gluttony. These things, they take away from the meaning of what it means. I guess to be a more enlightened person. So.
The one thing I might add there, Merlin, is the problem with labeling certain things degenerate through a Christian worldview, and using that as a reason for why we shouldn't do it, is that under the Christian worldview, humanity itself is degenerate, right? We're seen as already a sinner at birth, right? Original sin. There's nothing you can do as a human is not degenerate, right? It's all repentance for through God and believing in Christ and striving to be better. That they say that you can find salvation, but pretty much every human emotion's degenerate as labeled by Christianity. So, there'd be so many things we wouldn't be able to do anymore that we'd pretty much be robots. So I don't think that I would use that to kind of justify whether or not one thing is degenerate versus another, because you'd have to, delete so much from the human psyche, you wouldn't even be human anymore.
That's true.
I kind of
Go ahead.
also agree with that. I mean, like, for example, lying is degenerate. Does that mean like people are gonna start going to jail to like lie? You know what I mean? I think it's dangerous when we say that's degenerate, therefore it should be illegal, right? And again, Christianity in most developed nations doesn't really matter, right? Most nations are now secular. So I think even if you come at it with the Christian worldview, it doesn't have any like weight in any type of first world government.
All right, but we're not really. I mean, I guess we are talking about law, but we're not only talking about law, right? So, I mean, for example, I think that divorce definitely needs to be legal, but that there also should be some cultural pressure on you that says like divorce probably isn't like a great thing, so you should try to make your marriage work before you just get divorced, and that there should be like a little more social pressure on people to stay together. Like similarly, I think that like there's such a thing as a healthy taboo, like an appropriate amount of taboo, to stop you from going off the deep end for no good reason. So the taboo should say, don't cut off parts of your body willy nilly. Make sure that you are like actually deeply committed, and that you're not just indulging, a fetish or something that you're going to get over. And I know Dex that you support like the medical evaluations and things. I just think that like. That culture really shouldn't, like I don't think Caitlyn Jenner should have been Woman of the Year. I think that's a bad message for society.
Yeah, I think that was ridiculous. I think that what's happening when you're seeing that women in support of transgenderism, right, to the level that you have feminists supporting it, they're delegitimizing their own femininity, right? Where you have now men that are winning things, right, that weren't born men. And now here's the thing, in my point of view, right? I'm never going to be a professional basketball player. I'm 6'2", I'm not coordinated enough. I could train all fucking day. It's not going to happen. My time's passed, right? I wasn't born gifted with those, quick twitch fibers in my muscles. It is what it is. I had to move on to something else, right? Same shit, right? Look, there's no reason that a transgender, woman or man, it's so confusing for me which one's what, but should be winning Woman of the Year or should be winning in women's modeling competitions or things like that, right? You were born a certain way. You can definitely represent yourself the other way, but there's no reason that you should be taking these things away from women, right? I don't know if that's contentious or, what do you think, Snarl?
I mean, there was a big argument. I haven't actually heard it in the last couple months because I guess we've been busy with like the apocalypse or whatever. But there was a big argument about like, are trans women, right? Like, is it wrong to call them trans women? Should we just call them women? And like, no, we shouldn't just call them women, right? Because they're a third thing. There's men, there's women, and then like there's other. And like being other doesn't mean that you're not human. It doesn't mean that you're less than the other people. But I think you're just in denial if you think you can actually become the other gender, and like you can't.
There's a few YouTube videos, man, of like this transgender woman that was getting all mad at guys that didn't want to date him because after finding out that there was a penis. I mean, to get angry at something like that is just so absurd that it's almost laughable.
See, that's really weird. I don't know why people can't have emotions now because they're trans. I mean, if I had like a guy, right, and he was like super hot, right, and he was totally flirting with me or whatever, and I said, oh, I'm a Democrat. He's like, oh, I want to date you, right? Why can't I feel mad? I think it's okay for people to have emotions. I don't know if that's really contentious, but I want to respond to a lot of points. So there should be more social pressure against having transition surgery. No, that's very unhealthy. I mean, you see in societies that are more accepting of trans people, they're less likely to kill themselves. So I like to have people alive, so I don't think it's really beneficial to do that. And Caitlyn Jenner shouldn't have been Woman of the Year. I agree, because I think there's other women that did better things. However, just because she's trans doesn't mean she should not win Woman of the Year. She literally is a woman. She literally has a vagina. I mean, dude, come on, dude.
No, she literally doesn't have a vagina. She has a facsimile of a vagina, dude.
Yeah.
Okay, so in all functionality purposes of gender.
No.
But I defer.
No,
Can I please?
don't interrupt. Let him finish, even though he's totally wrong. You don't get to bulldoze him, even though he's completely wrong.
Thank you, Rat Bread.
Finish your point, and then we'll respond.
And then we'll bulldoze them.
Sure thing. No, I mean, this is against server rules, so you're actively disobeying server rules. This is not allowed here. Sorry. So, and they're delegitimizing their own femininity. Well, that's a really kindergarten view of how gender is shaped throughout a culture, right? Gender shapes all the time, right? Men used to wear high heels, right? That used to be a manly thing to do. Now it is not, right? Gender changes all the time. Women used to be portrayed like in noir films as like strong and manipulative. You know, that used to be a part, sexuality, but now it's not anymore. So gender changes all the time. It's a real kindergarten view to say femininity is set, because it really isn't. And the thing is, you're taking away things from women. No, they are women's. No, it doesn't work like that, bud.
Yeah. Does anybody want to retort to that before I go on?
Well, sure.
Just like one tiny unimportant point that Dex is right about. Just as an example, pink and blue used to be the other way around. Pink was a manly colored shirt to wear. It was seen as like a lesser version of red, and red was like a war shirt, and pink was like a peacetime manly shirt, and like powder blue was like the female color. So like those kinds of gender things do change, but like we always get into trouble when we're talking about gender and sex and like which is which, and so like I do think like gender, like masculinity is always going to be associated with penises, like to some degree or another. That's not the same as pink or blue.
One quick point. I don't care if they have the surgery. If they want to go and mess themselves up, that's fine. But when it comes out of my taxpayers' money for these types of surgeries and stuff like that, I think that's so.
Okay, so I want to ask this whole chat a question. What makes woman a woman? And I also want to respond to Sir Polly. Well, your taxes are made for roads, right? They're made for all kinds of things, right? And why we use taxes in the way that we do is because it's beneficial for society. And what's beneficial for society is not to have trans people killing themselves, right? It's better that they get the treatment that they deserve. Just like, I don't know if you have in Canada has universal health care. It's kind of in the same where your treatment is paid for by other people because it's beneficial to do it in a way, right? This is why we see literally every single country that has some form of universal health care has a higher rated health care than the U.S. does. It's because universal is better, or whatever.
Well, you know what? Out of my taxpayers' money, we pay for other people's abortions too.
I would like to correct one thing too. I mean, as much as you want to call it a vagina, at that point it's still not a vagina. I mean, it's literally a wound that they open up and basically make it an innie. But it's like a healed, scarred wound, right? It's not a vagina. It doesn't have any ovaries. It doesn't have secretion. It's not a vagina. I mean,
Yeah, not through self-lubricating.
Yeah.
So I want to ask this question again since no one answered it. What makes a woman?
What makes a woman a woman?
I mean, what makes a human a human? I mean, we can dissolve all definitions. Like to me, like if you want to predict whether someone is a man or a woman most accurately, go to chromosomes, right? That man or woman might be masculine or feminine. They might be presenting differently, but like if we're going to have any kind of reasonable definitions, chromosomes are like the closest you're going to come.
I wouldn't use the term woman. I would say female, and what determines what a female is being able to reproduce.
Yeah, I always find it strange when transgender people say they feel like a woman, because I don't know, like what you just said. I don't know how you define what a woman is. Like which characteristics do you define as a woman? And then if you're saying that you experience those characteristics, are you then a woman? And does that then cheapen what a woman is in totality? If basically what I'm saying is I don't know how you determine that you're feeling like a woman. Maybe you're feeling more feminine, or you like to wear certain clothing, or you're attracted to men. I mean, I don't understand the mindset of which this idea of I feel like a woman comes into play.
I would love to tackle this if I could.
Sure.
If that's okay with you, Dex.
I just want to respond really quickly.
Go ahead.
So this notion that a female is a woman that can reproduce. What about the females that can't reproduce? This is such like a kindergarten view of what a woman is. Like, what about females that are infertile? Are they just not women? Are they men? Are they like some non-binary in between? So, and see, what makes a woman for me is like the characteristics society gives a woman, right? A woman typically wears a dress, usually stay-at-home mother, usually has kids, like usually does all these things, right? Usually, wears high heels, blah blah blah, etc., right? This is what society says a woman is. But yeah, I mean, it's just really weird when we're like saying like, oh, doesn't it cheapen like womanhood or whatever. Like, again, this doesn't matter when we're looking at policy. What matters is how our policy impacts people. And keeping transgender surgeries like as a freedom that a citizen can tap into is massively beneficial. So it doesn't make sense to get rid of this massive benefit, something that's preventing people from killing themselves just because we think it cheapens what it means to be a woman is.
So yeah, if you guys would like to take a look at in the event recorded event room, I posted 2 pictures. These are my own personal things that I've created as a way for me trying to understand human sexuality and duality of thereof. The first one, magicals, because my name's usually Magical Bum, but magical convexing spectrum of needs. So to answer Gunslinger's question, what makes a guy and what makes a girl, right? So this is kind of a take off of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and I believe that Maslow almost had it right, but he just didn't take into consideration the masculine and the feminine perspectives, which a masculine, you could see, is the intrapersonal, where a feminine is a more interpersonal. And I'll explain where, I get these ideas from. So as for Maslow's, we go up from the physiological safety. Everybody needs that. There's nothing there. But when we get to love, right? So the reason why it's a convexing spectrum of needs is because, it's a convexing line. But, in order to ascend to the next plane, right? I mean, everyone starts off essentially down the middle in everything. But in order to, if you say for love, right? You go to love. If you're more dependent on love, that's a feminine approach. That's an intrapersonal approach. There's nothing wrong with that, but it brings you to, to level of esteem. And what I see in human sexuality and humans in general is that not everybody, if you're feminine, you're not all dependent or social and external, and your purpose isn't just extrinsic. You can be, your love can be dependent on, you can be more feminine with your love, right? You can just rely on the love of your mom and your family and stuff like that. But then, when you ascend to esteem, you go to prestige. And the reason, you don't really essentially ascend, but the more that you get to the ends of what it means to be either intra or interpersonal, you just find more, I guess, because if you're right in the middle, it doesn't. And I'm sorry, guys. It's been a while since I've actually looked up, and done all this stuff, But the way, what I'm trying to say is that there's a need, right? With Maslow, there is a hierarchy of needs that all humans need, right? Humans need love, they need esteem, they need a validation, they need purpose. And essentially this hierarchy of trying, this is my personal not personal journey, but I mean this is what Maslow kind of went off of. But so that's a mixed bag that I'm still trying to digest myself. But however, when it comes to degeneracy, I have this other thing called the heptagon of conscious sins, right? And so this is really kind of a Christian perspective of it, even though I didn't make this when I was a Christian. But to see what when I'm saying degeneracy, right? Now this heptagon is kind of like, if anyone's played video games, right, and you've had those level charts, like strength, stamina, speed, and stuff, and it has that fancy, charts of what you are and stuff. This is essentially what it is. So let's say for instance, your sin is lust, right? So you spike up, and the more that you lust, it goes into the danger zone, right? It goes into your ego, and that's degenerate, and it goes in the opposite direction too. Like if you're not lustful, if you're just super pious and stuff like that, it's just about your ego. That's degenerate. Or you go to wrath, or you go to pride, and you can be in different parts. And I think the key of I guess, I don't know about enlightenment, but the key to being in control of your emotions, because the problem when I created this, I was studying stoicism, and trying to get a grasp of I didn't want my emotions to control my life. And so I realized, if I can keep it, you can experience these things. You can experience lust and greed and stuff like that, but you need to be able to check yourself and to bring yourself into a zone where you're actually making conscious decisions that aren't based on emotional factors, right? And for me, it's just, if you're going to be a degenerate, and I don't want to say that. I'm not, because now I'm going to talk about transgenders, because I don't necessarily think they're degenerate. I just think that the idea of giving into such a thing such as envy, right, or things you change yourself for yourself. It's kind of an egotistical thing to do, and in my mind, that's what is degenerate.
Merlin, no, I want everybody to have their digression on everything you just spelled out right there, but I want to segment after everyone's done digesting that.
Yeah, go ahead, man. I'm sorry if I don't mean to confuse people with my weird charts and stuff like that. Like I said, I'm still trying to understand it myself. But I see that there is a intrinsic duality to human nature and human needs, right? We all need love. We all need to have esteem in some way, whether it be your own personal esteem or personal, social esteem. We need validation, right? And my validation comes from the internal, and I think that's very powerful. But external validation is not a bad thing either, right? You can gain a lot from that. And and it comes to purpose in the end, where the feminine purpose is extrinsic validation, which I like. It's more holistic validation, which is motivated by values that transgress beyond the self. And that's what I really love and like about the feminine, right? Because they're just they see themselves as part of an entire system with common priorities and goals. It's very beautiful. Whereas men, their purpose, their purpose in life is to strive for meaning, an intrapersonal, an inner striving kind of thing. And the whole is right there. That's the whole point. Because the thing with Maslow's hierarchy of needs, this is the whole reason why I created this thing, was because at the top of the pyramid, right, is basically self-actualization. And Maslow himself said that very few people in this world achieve self-actualization. We're talking about Gandhi, we're talking about Jesus Christ. My puppy's crushing up a little water bottle right now. But yeah, and I don't believe that's true. I think that, we all try to strive for self-actualization. I think that's what this whole thing, or this whole transgender, movement thing is about. It's about self-actualization. And so I think that's the whole reason why I put that purpose there. But, with that's where Jesus and Gandhi sit. They understand the both worlds views in a way, and that area is reserved for very special people. But I don't believe that people don't achieve self-actualization as Maslow predicts. I do believe everyone achieves and tries to achieve self-actualization. So that was my attempt to I guess hash that out, and I gotta take that bottle away from him because it's really annoying.
Well, my dog almost choked to death on a bottle cap, so yeah, for its own safety, let alone our ears, yeah, you should take that bottle away. But anyway, so I'm going to take my segment now. So I wasn't going to jump in here, but I just received a text message from someone who I dated for a few weeks, several years ago. And I live in a extremely remote area, and the census says there's 9,000 people living within a 100-mile radius of my current location. And so basically I realized it's a non-compatible relationship, but I didn't right away. But it's not it's not wouldn't be completely unhealthy relationship, but it wouldn't be right. So I don't want to entertain it, but I gotta weigh my options here because I'm working with limited resources, obviously, and so basically, like, yeah, like it's just not compatible because my Christian values and this person is like not gonna be faithful, and if I leave to go out of town on a business trip, it's gonna end up with somebody else, and yeah, so and it's also she's like got the wrong like values to where like she's like actually engaged in like the whole LGBT like activism stuff, and just like trying to have like a Christian family value relationship, and it's like, well, I don't know. It's like I've been trying to like I'm trying to like find like real like healthy relationships, but it's like I gotta go somewhere else and find somebody that'd be willing to come back to where I want to live at this point, because everyone else is, everyone in the area who's worth anything is taken or they left that grew up here, and or they're just like a total mess and would be unhealthy, and I don't know, just I'm done talking
This
about
is
this.
irrelevant when we're looking at the face of a trans person that didn't kill themselves because they had the freedom to choose this option.
Man, I really feel like you're almost making like an emotional hostage taking argument with that, man. I mean, yeah, I guess we need to click on your links, right? And there's a whole lot of links, and you'd probably take 4 or 5 hours to metabolize like the research you put into it. So I don't really know what the best answer for that is, because it's pretty unlikely that many people here are going to do that. But you're basically saying like, if you don't agree with me, you're in support of like trans people dying. I don't think that's like a very like an honest way to go about the debate, really.
Oh, that's not what I'm trying to. That's what I'm not. I'm not trying to make you feel like super shitty that like you. I'm not trying to say you want trans people to die. I'm saying that your adherence to traditional values is resulting in trans people's deaths. Like this is what's happening with whether or not we like it. You know, whether or not you like it, right? What you vote, who you vote for, and what policies you support does affect people. Like, they're not just opinions in your head. They're opinions that influence the way in which people vote and the way in which people view trans people, right? This can either improve their lives or this can hurt their lives. So this is just what the facts is. And then my whole brand, I hate emotional arguments. And the most emotional argument there is labeling something degenerate and that being the reason we don't do it in society. If anything, I'm the one who's being like the most like unemotional, you know, because I'm citing studies saying that the only reason I support this is because it helps people. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, you did say something like, like picturing the face of the trans person who's alive, because because essentially you agreed with my position, right? And,
incitement.
or I guess because you agree with what you say that the studies suggest, right? But
infractions are.
I don't know, man. You're not really taking into consideration that there are societal secondary side effects to this, right? So you're taking a utilitarian argument, but you're only considering
infractions
like the
became
legitimately, like the people who genuinely need this surgery, right? You haven't really conceded that there are people who might be getting this who shouldn't, right? Who I don't know.
Just number one, I absolutely do concede that there's some people who don't need the surgery. In fact, that's why I propose we do something in tandem of what Sweden does. So my understanding is Sweden, what they have you do is they have you go to 3 professionals, 3 psychiatrists, and you have to get recommendations from them. I'm 100%
pathological lying.
that's the reason why I believe there should be more regulations on the ability to get a transition surgery, is because it's somewhat too easy nowadays to have this surgery, right? So number one, I do concede this. Number two, I make policy prescriptions on how to
My
avoid
judgment
it.
is as
And
follows.
what do you mean by the secondary effects? Like, I'm very interested, because the secondary effects of having this be allowed is that you have more people contributing to your, contributing
Constant
to you
harassment of moms,
economically.
pathological
The velocity of money is more, because not only
Um,
are these people spending on hormone therapy, right? They're also buying
disregard
transition
for
surgery, right?
family
They're
vibe.
funding the wages of these doctors. Well, because there's certain doctors that only do transition surgeries, like ones that I
Voice
studied
chat.
from. But I mean, yeah, I guess I did a little slow motion of the picture in the face of the trans kid, but yeah, I should redo my rhetoric.
Conversations.
Breaking windows creates jobs.
See, the difference there is breaking windows is violating someone else's
Interpretations of
rights
these
and their sovereignty,
interruptions of
while
these
allowing
conversations
people, so that the government doesn't clamp on individual rights to the
obnoxious ways.
autonomy of their body. I mean, there's a huge difference between the two things, 100%.
Like, I would be interested, like, if we ever get a true, like, archetypical SJW on the server, I would like to see Dex, you debate this issue with them, right? And you take the conservative side of it, because, like, the popular debate in culture, the left side of it is so extreme that it's hard to talk to you, like, without considering the extreme view, right? Because that's sort of what's being pushed in society, where in school, children aren't being taught, hey, there's this, like, very unfortunate mental illness or mental condition that you can have where you don't feel like you're in the right body, or if they're being taught, hey, gender is actually a spectrum, not a bimodal distribution, and you can lie anywhere along the spectrum, and there are, like, illustrations of different symbols of, like, all the different configurations you can have of which brain can be in which body. So what's the side effect? That's confusing for kids. Like, 5-year-olds don't need to be told this. It doesn't need to be a major part of the public conversation. When someone starts manifesting gender dysphoria in their actual life, like in their private life at home, I want their parents to take, like, an appropriate level of concern, and I don't want them to be bigoted. I don't want them to force them to be a certain way. I don't want them to kick them out of the house if they say, oh, I feel like a girl, or oh, I feel like a boy. And yes, we need to, like, get culture to improve in that, but we can't be just we can't be, like, throwing out everything that we know about culture and just reforming the world and just hoping that everybody's going to find their place. It's going to be a desperately confusing, crazy world. Like, I'm so glad that this wasn't the thing when I grew up. Who knows what kind of crazy shit I might have started thinking, given how confusing sexuality was for me as a kid.
Okay, multiple things to respond to. So I just want to make this clear. I fucking hate SJWs. Okay, if there's anyone I hate the most, it's people who make their arguments only based on emotion. I think it's really stupid to do this. So I would absolutely take the conservative side. There should be
72 hours
on transgender surgery.
Now,
teaching gender spectrum. This is a good thing because it allows kids to identify as what they, whatever they want, not have to adhere to these, like, two pillars. You have to choose one or the other. Saying that it's okay to express yourself however you want to express yourself is extremely healthy for kids. And the thing is, I don't want to teach 5-year-old kids about this shit, right? Same reason I don't want to teach about sex to 5-year-olds. They're not going to get it. It's kind of inappropriate, right? I would say with the health class, you should also teach how gender works, right? You should also teach about transgender people because it's beneficial not only to the transgender people, but it also makes people more accepting of transgender people, which ultimately makes society people better. So again, anyone who said we should teach it to 5-year-olds, like, I would tell them to fuck off, right? That's really cringe.
This vote is
now
closed. My judgment is closed. We're going to ban from roundtable.
Understand it. And this notion that we should throw out, like, we shouldn't throw out everything. well, when we had evidence the Earth was round, we should have thrown out, that the Earth was flat. Same thing goes with this. Is our
Controlling
preconceptions
subtle,
of gender? Well, just to give background really quickly. Psychologists have accepted my version of gender that it's a very malleable thing since the 1950s. This is not, I think, not
in
1950s,
his obnoxious ways.
but 1960s.
He will be banned until he writes
this
a
is
general
not a new thing,
apology.
number one. And just because it's tradition doesn't mean it's
Always
right.
banned.
We should always keep
To
what's
me.
true.
He will
I have an opinion on
not
this,
know
It's kind of like this.
about
Can I say something?
a vote.
Sorry, Wanderer had the mic. You're
He
next.
will not know about
I'll let you know when I release the mic, okay?
the vote
Just because my
or
voice pattern is really fucked up, okay?
judgments.
So, think about
That is
this.
why I am here.
If you are feminine or you're male,
I bear.
you're masculine or
That's why I
feminine,
am here.
doesn't what matters, you kid.
He will
Do
not
it-
know about
do
the
what makes
votes
you
or your
happy, right?
judgments.
As long as you aren't pushing your dick on someone else, nobody cares. You know? If you like
Empty
playing with dolls,
confidence.
who cares? If you are a girl that likes playing with trucks, who cares?
It is my
Enjoy
responsibility.
being you. If later on in life you realize you want to have a dick instead of a pussy, well, cool. I'm not going to judge you on it. You know?
He will not
That's how
know
society should be.
the votes or your
If you want to change
judgments.
it,
They will
fine.
be kept in
But
confidence.
you have to realize
That is
the
my
ramifications
responsibility.
of changing it because, it's just a false, part at that point. You basically have sterilized yourself for the appearance. Now,
To
if you're okay
execute
with
your
that,
judgment.
full transparency, cool. I'm not going to judge you. I just believe you should have full understanding of what you're getting yourself into. And with all the mental side effects you could have,
He will not know your votes or your judgments, and they will be kept in
means
confidence.
I
It's
think
my
people
responsibility.
should wait to have these kind of surgeries until they're of legal age as an adults and realize, the ramifications of said processes and how it can affect both your mental and physical health.
Of my mind.
Now, if you're a
It's a bare
child and
responsibility.
you're masculine or feminine,
It's a
doesn't
bare
really matter.
responsibility.
That's the side of the spectrum you fall on that. Just be you. If you're a boy that wants to wear a dress at school,
If you are
I don't get it wrong.
contacted by him,
do what makes you happy.
screenshot,
As long as you aren't
DM me,
assaulting anybody else while doing this,
and
what power do you
I
get?
will.
You guys may have the mic now.
Okay. Your turn, JD. If you still.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I think this guy is actually an SJW and that he is extreme in the
500
transgender
word
department.
general apology,
Like,
along with a statement of understanding.
I mean,
of why he was
I'm not
banned.
saying that I have nothing. I actually spent a long time looking into that whole
At least.
sphere, and I don't think this guy's on the conservative
A
end of
500
it.
word general apology, and it was a statement of
Just saying.
understanding of why he was banned.
Yeah, I mean, instead of just labels, is there one specific issue you want to address?
Confidence is my responsibility.
Well, he's
Execute the will of
actually
my mind,
saying
and to
to
bear
push
responsibility.
and ideology, which it is
To bear
on 13-year-olds in school.
Consequences thereof.
I mean, that's a big one. Just like the idea that gender is a
If you're
spectrum,
contacting
like
me,
that's
screenshot DM me, and I will.
that's kind of the core of a lot of the transgender ideology. Like that whole, it's kind of like a worldview. It's not even just like information about a condition, or it's like an entire philosophical interpretation of how sexuality works. I mean, and I'm just saying that supporting that, I mean, that's kind of like it's the ideology. So that's what I would say.
Yeah, so I'll get back to the one
More
thing I
than
mentioned about that
72
relates to
hours.
that is, factually speaking,
After which,
the way gender is distributed in the population, it is not a spectrum, it is not a bell curve, it is a bimodal distribution, meaning most people, a very, very, very high percentage of people fall into one of two categories, right? There's cis men, there's cis women. Specifically, most of them are heterosexual cis men and heterosexual cis women. Then there's a group that falls outside of that, and then there's a group that falls outside of the gender binary, but it's a very small group. And so if we want to present the facts to people, we have to present that. And we can say, okay, if you're one of the people that falls outside of the bimodal distribution, that doesn't mean that you're wrong, but it does mean that you're unusual. And we should have. Yeah. I mean, being unusual is not a condemnation, but we need a nuanced approach to deal with unusual people, right?
Sure thing.
And if I could say something, thank you also for carrying on the debate that I didn't make it to. I'm glad it happened anyway, but I don't know if anybody said it yet, but my primary opposition to this is the surgery, because the event was about transgender surgery, in particular bottom surgery. This has to be performed by a doctor. But the problem is that a doctor takes something called the Hippocratic Oath, which is first, do no harm. And this is literally, you swear an oath, a sacred oath, professional ethics. The basis of your professional ethics is you will not do harm. Now, when you remove somebody's testicles and you turn their penis inside out to create an artificial, simulated vagina, that does harm to the body on a physical basis, because the testes produce hormones that the body needs to be healthy. And once you've destroyed the testes in this way, the person will require medication to replace the hormones that would have been produced by the body. So they now are essentially an invalid physically, and they require medication just to compensate for the surgical wound that you've inflicted on them. So the problem is, it's not unethical to be transgender. It is unethical, though, for a doctor to provide this surgery. That's my problem with it. And I realize it puts trans people in a bit of a catch-22, because if you're saying, okay, you have the right to change your body, but the doctor does not have the right to provide the surgery, then what are they supposed to do? But the reality is the doctor doesn't have the right to provide the surgery. It's a violation of medical ethics, fundamentally. So that's my problem. You're going to have to go to Mexico or something and do it with someone who doesn't have medical ethics, because if you have medical ethics, you should not be providing the surgery.
Multiple things to respond here really quickly. I just want to get those things because everyone's against
72 hours.
Pretty much. Okay, so we want to present the facts. Okay, let me present a fact to you. The World Health Organization defines gender as such, quote, gender refers to the socially constructed characteristics of men and women, such as norms, roles, and relationships of and between groups of men and women. It varies from society to society and can be changed. Okay, so first of all, this is true. This is what the facts say. This is what the professionals say. Now, the doctors take an oath. Well, we heal a broken leg, right? Because people, on average, with broken legs are more likely to die than those treated for their problem. Same thing goes with this. When you give people surgery, it extends their life. So this doctor is it's helping them psychologically, it's helping them so they don't kill themselves. And they use medication. I would really like to see some articles on this, because everything I found from transgender websites on how the surgery goes, I've seen nothing about them needing medicine. All I've seen is that it takes about 8 weeks at most to be able to perform, to start working out and such. And then this notion, okay, first of all, if you want to call me an SJW, go for it. But everything I say has been backed by studies. None of my arguments have been on emotion. I hate that shit, and I'll always avoid it. Okay, so then the notion that I want to put an ideology on kids, hell yeah, I do. I want to put an ideology on them that 1 + 1 = 2. I want to put an ideology on them that says slavery did happen in America. Same thing goes with this. My ideology is based on studies. It's based on facts. Absolutely, I want to push that on them.
Status.
So then, Wanderer said a lot of things. By the way, whoever's typing, we can hear it. If you want to mute your mic, go ahead. So with Wanderer, he said some really great stuff. Like, if you're a girl that plays with a truck, who cares? 100% agree with that. Like, you should always have full knowledge of what you're doing, and I 100% agree with what Wanderer said. We should tell trans people what we're doing before we give the surgery. Again, I enforce certain restrictions that do such.
I also support body modification. Like, you want to do something, aesthetically with your body, do it. As long as you understand the risk of who really cares. It's your body.
But that's my point, though, is you have to understand that gender reassignment surgery is not cosmetic, right? That's the fundamental difference. There is cosmetic surgery, and then there is non-cosmetic surgery. And when you remove the genitals, that's not cosmetic. Those are organs. It's like removing your liver or kidneys. It's removing healthy, functional, essential parts of the body. It's not a cosmetic thing, like cutting off your fingers even, or your toes, or even your earlobes. It's like cutting out your organs.
So what's your opinion on split tongues?
I mean, I think it's weird, but again, that's something that a person has the right to do. But again, I personally think that if a doctor takes healthy organs out of the body and removes them, therefore depriving the body of the function of that organ, then he's left the path of medicine. He's now working against the interests of the body's health, and I have a fundamental problem with that.
What about taking the tonsils out, I guess, in the case of tonsillitis or something like that? A doctor is taking an organ out, so that really contradicts your point there. And to build off that a little bit,
because that's an obvious point, right? It's a medical reason. If you have a medical reason to remove an infected organ or an appendix that's exploding, then that's obvious. But the point is, the organs of the testes are not unhealthy. They're not infected. They're not threatening the body. You're removing healthy organs.
I think the argument here is it improves the mental state, and so that is the justification. That is like the medical justification. I'm not saying I necessarily agree with it, but it relieves the mental trauma. And, in a lot of ways, that type of trauma manifests physically in an individual. That type of mental discomfort has a physical manifestation, a real physical manifestation. And I do think an argument can be made there that removing those organs in this case relieves that mental anguish. Although then it's very difficult to understand if that mental anguish can be relieved other ways.
Right. I mean, my take on, you're right, first of all, but that is how they justify what they're doing, is that, it's treating a mental health condition, but that's exactly the problem, right? That I have with this is, again, I am someone who's been diagnosed with bipolar, so that's considered a mental illness. You got borderline personality disorder, it's a mental illness, PTSD, mental illness, schizophrenic, schizoaffective mental illness. And then all of a sudden you have transgenderism, and we're saying, okay, this isn't a mental illness, but we're going to do radical invasive surgeries on people's bodies and extract healthy organs out of their bodies because it's not a mental illness, but these people were born in the wrong bodies and they need to be surgically reconstructed into the appropriate bodies. I just think this is insane, right? These people have a neurological difference that's causing them not to identify with their own bodies. And the logic we use in every other kind of example like this is to use therapy and counseling and medication to try and treat the underlying mental health problem that's causing the inability to identify with the body and the psychiatric distress. In no other case do we treat mental health problems with radical invasive surgery and amputation of healthy organs and body parts. And to me, this is like mind-bogglingly insane, basically. So the fact that you have a problem with your perfectly healthy body, so instead of trying to counsel that you do not have that problem with your perfectly healthy body, we're going to core your penis out and turn it inside out and amputate your testicles so that you can't produce androgenic hormones that your body depends on for every function, from its mental health to its energy levels to its muscle strength and density to bone density. We're going to literally turn you into a medically crippled person with a surgical mutilated with no functioning genitalia at all, right? We're going to deprive you of your existing functional genitalia in order to create non-functioning non-genitalia. It's totally ass backwards, I'm sorry to say.
Well, that's not true. Like, you can say medically crippled, but most people can still, like, orgasm, even though they have, like, this medical application. See, even if that is true, I would rather people in my society still be alive than, like, some people complaining about, how people get certain types of surgeries that we don't want. And the thing is, I don't know who's saying it isn't a mental illness. I would disagree with them. I absolutely think it is. I mean, they're literally like, they're in a male body, but their brain is pretty much female. And the thing is, just because like therapies like this aren't addressed for other mental illnesses doesn't mean this therapy doesn't work or it shouldn't be tried, right? Because what we want to do is we want to improve the outcomes.
Individual at time.
What it does. It makes it so people don't go through psychological stress. And it makes it so that people can stay alive, contribute to the economy, and live a happy life. I mean, we can say all day that it goes against the doctor's oath, but then I mean, this doesn't matter, right? This absolutely doesn't matter. And if it's actually legally barring them from performing a surgery, which it isn't, I would just make a lot to change that. I mean, simple as that.
I believe the intensity and extra value he brings to the VC conversations are worthy of night rake and on top of his moderation. Please use emojis to vote.
Is he trying to talk? I don't hear anything.
Nope, we hit a lull. Anyone want to jump in?
Right. All I was saying is that's a fundamental value difference. My perspective is if a doctor takes a Hippocratic oath, you can't say that doesn't matter. That literally defines the criteria of them being a doctor. And if they ever violate that oath, they should lose their license. That's my belief, because I think oaths like that matter. That's your medical ethics, right? If you no longer follow medical ethics, you're not really a doctor. In my opinion, I think you're not a doctor when you create, because again, here's the problem, right? You are a man, right, and you have a healthy male body, or you are a female and you have a healthy female body. Now, you can't actually do a gender reassignment surgery. So calling it a gender reassignment surgery is not a real thing. You can't actually change a person's sex, right? You can't do a sex change. What you can do is only create a medically compromised individual. Now, that's a limitation of the science, right? So if at some point the science progresses to the point that you can actually create a functioning female or male anatomy, then the moral case would be entirely different, right? So, for example, if my daughter could actually take a pill that would turn her into a son, or my son could take a pill that would turn him into a daughter, that's a completely different medical and ethical case. But that doesn't exist. All you can do is create a surgically mutilated male or a surgically mutilated female. And yes, you can enact a different gender, right? You can choose to live as a woman or live as a man. Gender is a social role, that's correct. But the problem is you can't give them the functioning anatomy of that gender, and therefore they're going to then have to live their life not as a male or a female, but as a surgically mutilated male living as a woman, or a surgically mutilated female living as a man. And that's not an adequate choice, right? You're not getting what you want. You're not getting the male body, you're not getting the female body. So you're accepting a crippled third position. And this is considered unpolitically correct, but it's not compassionate to lie to people and tell them that they can have a sex change when that technology doesn't even exist. And all you're going to give them is a permanently open surgical wound that they have to, quote unquote, dilate every day to keep it from healing. This is grotesque.
As far
okay, a lot
organ
of
has been
there.
an integral
So,
part of our
first of all, it defies the medical ethics. Well, I think doctors disagree with you there, right? You just simply don't know the field because they're performing these surgeries, right? So if it really bothers them, I don't know why they're performing all these surgeries, and I don't know why in every modern developed country it's still legal to do this. So I think you just misunderstand the code of ethics, or you're interpreting it wrong, or applying it wrongly, which you probably are. So and this notion that you can't change sex, first of all, this isn't true. However, even if it was, what it does is it makes people happy, it keeps people alive. I mean, that's all that really matters, right? So I don't know why we're appealing to this like weird notion, like, well, you're lying to them. Like, first of all, this isn't even true because they literally have a vagina, like they literally have a penis. Like this is just how it works. Plus, it keeps them alive, it keeps them happy, it keeps them healthy. So it just seems beneficial through and through.
Dex, what do you think the word literally means? What is your impression of what the word literally means?
So literally it means it's like it's like being everyone knows literally means. Like,
well, exactly. I'm being facetious, right? But when you say they literally have a penis and they literally have a vagina, you're literally incorrect. They literally don't have a penis or a vagina. They have literally a reconstructed vagina or a reconstructed penis, which in no way, shape, or form is a penis or a vagina, right? So when you say they literally have a penis and a vagina, you're literally incorrect.
Okay, so say for example, a firefighter, right? He goes into a fire and state gets burned off, right? And now he's having a penis transplant, right? Would you go up to him and say, "Oh, you don't have a penis. That's why we should not allow you to have this surgery"? Would you do that to him?
No, but if my son or daughter said, "Daddy, I want to be a little girl," or "I want to be a little boy," I'd say, "I understand that, honey," or "Son, but that's not possible. There is no such technology that can give you a penis or a vagina." And so, unfortunately, what you would be accepting in place of your penis or vagina would be a surgical wound of sorts, which will not have the functions of the organ that you desire.
So that's just simply not true, that it doesn't have the functions. It absolutely does. You can pee out of like...
Come on, Dex. Come on, are you in this reality with me, bro?
This is what medical professionals say. You can appeal to this reality.
Dex, you're not in reality right now.
I disagree with you. But you can say this, but professionals disagree with you.
Hold on, Dex.
I'm sorry, you're wrong, dude. I don't know what you want me to say.
Wait. What are we talking about here? Let's establish what you're actually claiming. Because it can't be what you appear to be claiming. Because you just said, what I said is, a neo-vagina, which is again an inverted penis created in a transgender male to create a vagina, or a inverted vagina to create a penis, a transgender female, whatever. You're telling me this has the function of the corresponding organ. So what you're telling me, therefore, is that a transgender man, right? So someone who's born a woman and has their vagina turned inside out to create a quote-unquote penis. What you're telling me now is this has the functions of a penis. So you're now telling me that this can produce sperm, that this person can produce a child, impregnate a womb, have an erection. Like, dude, that's not what they're claiming. That's not the reality. The transgender penis is not a penis. It cannot produce sperm. It cannot have an erection. Transgender vagina cannot get pregnant. It does not have a period. It does not have a womb. The transgender boob job, it cannot lactate. You can't breastfeed a baby, dude. This is not reality. You're in a dreamland right now.
Okay, so
these are simulations. They're surgical shapes. They're only in appearance similar. They have none of the functions of the corresponding organ. None.
So two functions of a vagina or a penis is peeing and orgasming, right? You can do both as trans people. I'm sorry, medical professionals disagree with you. I mean, you can.
They don't disagree with me, Dex. Dex, those are not the only functions of a vagina and a penis. It's not just peeing and orgasming, bro. The womb is a very complicated female organism that has the ovaries, the menopause, fucking period, the fertility, the ability to have children, to breastfeed those children. And that's what a woman is, dude. They don't just piss and orgasm. They have babies and periods. And men, they don't just piss and orgasm either. They ejaculate and have children, dude.
Okay, quick question.
Just what I mentioned, Craig Bot is gone. I have no idea when that happened.
Okay, so
that's okay. I'm not really supposed to be talking about that shit recorded anyway. I get myself in trouble. But Dex, no, they can't create a female male or female reproductive system. It doesn't exist.
Okay, so
pissing and orgasming is not all people do.
Okay, thank you. I love you. Okay, so I have a quick question. Are women who are infertile, do they just not have a vagina now since they can't have a baby? Or say men who can't have an erection, right? Erectile function disorder. Does that mean they don't have a penis anymore? Is that what you're saying?
No. See, a man could have a penis and then have an erectile dysfunction in that penis, but a woman will never have a penis at all.
And a woman will never have erectile dysfunction.
Like, what they have, dude, is called a neo-vagina or a neo-penis. It is literally either a penis that has been turned inside out or a vagina that has been turned inside out. That's what science can offer you. It is literally a surgical sculpting of flesh into the simulation of an organ. It is not that organ, or even a meaningful representation of that organ.
So you're dodging the question, okay? So if someone has erectile dysfunction, does it mean or they can't get erections, which, by the way, trans people can, or say for a man who can't ejaculate, does it mean he doesn't have a penis anymore and that he's not a man?
No, I answered that question already. It doesn't mean he doesn't have a penis, right? He would have a penis, right? So I, fortunately, do not currently have erectile dysfunction, but I do have a penis. If I had erectile dysfunction, I would still have a penis. But if I was a transgender man, I would not have a penis.
Okay, so I love how what we do is what we say, well, trans people, well, they can't have babies, therefore they're not that sex. But then people who are infertile, apparently they are that sex through some weird logic reasoning. I would love to see what that logic reasoning is. But with all the requirements that trans people need to fulfill in order to be sex, when people who are born with that sex don't fulfill it, apparently they're still that. It seems really weird to me. It seems like you're reaching for your ideology so hard right now, bro.
Well, no, it's all of the things the same. They have the potential for it, right? So if it weren't for that, one gene that was throwing it off for them to have the kid, if it, or maybe they didn't produce enough sperm or something like that, they still have all of the tools, right? It would be like me having a gun that I still have the gun, but I'm not oiling it properly, so it's not, the slide isn't functioning properly, and it's not, it's not working. But I still have a gun, right? So in this case, they still have, let's say, the ovaries or the vagina or the cervix and all of that. But the fact that they can't have kids doesn't mean that they don't still have the machinery.
You just have to recognize what the actual what the actual level of the science is, right? So currently you can create an appendage that resembles a penis on a cosmetic level. That's what we have. We have nothing more than that. So what I'm saying is that is what we have. Yes, you can take a vagina and do extensive surgery on somebody until it kind of resembles a penis. That's the extent of the medicine. When they have something more than that, I'm not going to lie about it and deny it, right? But you shouldn't lie about it and deny pretend they have more than that. That's all they have. They can just create a surgical manipulation of your organs to create a cosmetically similar appendage that really has none of the functions. So again, if that changes, I'll let you know. But that's what we got.
Hold on, I've been trying to get a word for a minute. Dex, everything up until this point, as much as I disagreed with you, you were still connected to reality. But I got to tell you, man, you hit the point where you're no longer like being internally consistent or even under like this is really extreme, man. You actually literally said that trans people can have erections, right? And they actually they basically take like a patch of flesh from like your inner thigh, roll it up into a cylinder, and like attach it to where your genitals used to be. There is absolutely no mechanism by which way they can create the corpus cavernosa that actually create erections. There's all this complex biological mechanism that's there, and all you have is a simulacrum. It may be firm enough to put it in, but it's not an erection, and you have to admit that.
They do have something that they can. So if they make you a lot of times they make the penis, they'll make a scrotum as well, or a facsimile of one, that they'll actually put a pump inside with a tube that goes into the formed penis that pumps liquid into the tube, which will actually make
this is horrifying, dude. Fucking horrifying. It really fucking is horrifying. I mean, and that's the point. I'm sorry, I get it. The politically correct thing is to say if you can create a thing that is shaped like a penis, you should therefore call it a penis, and to do otherwise is hateful. But that's absurd. A penis is a very complex thing. It's exactly like Snarl was saying, right? Like the foreskin, the frenulum, the head of the penis, the vas deferens, the testes, etc. It's this super complicated organ. And we can't make one, or replace one, or turn a vagina into a penis, or turn a penis into a vagina. We can't. We can turn a penis into a surgical wound, and we can turn a vagina into like an extraneous tube of flesh. And so that's why this is so unethical, because you're taking something away you can't replace, and you're not turning it into the thing that's desired, you're turning it into a fake imitation of that thing. So it's like, if you have a functioning heart, and I'm not going to cut that heart out unless I can give you a new heart. If all I can give you is some shitty knockoff of a heart that doesn't do what a heart's supposed to do, then I should not be cutting out your functioning heart. That's fucked up. And it's the same with your penis or your vagina. Until I can give you the real deal, I should not be taking the real deal from you and giving you some shitty knockoff.
Okay, multiple problems there. It's caked in problems. It's a problem cake, bro. Okay, so what happened? This is just so freaking stupid. No, I literally see you're bending over backwards to make exceptions for people. Well, trans people, they don't have a penis because they can't have a baby, but people who are infertile, they're still women. You're bending over backwards ideology. This is what I hate. It's when people just bend to what their ideology says. They don't go based on logic. They don't go based on facts. It's really cringy. And the thing is, this gun analogy, I reject this wholeheartedly. Like, okay, say for example, we had something just like a gun, right? It could shoot bullets, right? But you have to reload it differently, right? We wouldn't call it something else. We still call it a fucking gun because it does what a gun does. It's just, and I'm glad that you think it's horrifying and it's unethical. But I mean, in policy, no one gives a shit about this. I mean, you can feel all your feelings, like that's cool. All that matters is that it saves lives. And studies over and over and over and over and over again have demonstrated that it saves lives.
That
so
Dex,
you have
he
this
will be
that it's bad,
taking.
It's horrifying, but it's just
that he'll be
it
taking
saves
up,
people's lives. I mean, full stop. Period.
Dex, it would be like the problem with the analogy you made though is it would be like taking a rifle and not putting a bolt in it, and then also not putting the slide on, or not putting a slide on your handgun, or not putting the magazine eject button. It's just like the problem is like, look, I'm okay with calling it a penis, right? I don't have to come up with another name for it, but we all recognize that it's not really a penis. In the same way that if a woman gets a double mastectomy and loses both of her breasts, and then she gets silicone put in to make new breasts, right? I'll call them breasts, but we all know they're not breasts, right? They're a cosmetic thing that makes her feel better about not having breasts anymore, but they're not breasts, those things, right?
I think it's important to look at what these organs are, right? And what these organs are cells, right? At the end of it, they're human cells, human DNA, like etc., that perform certain functions, right? And with your own cells, you can pee, you can orgasm, you can get an erection, right? There's people with this organ biologically, and they don't even have the ability to do this. So I mean, it's just really weird. But
It's not weird. That's
so case in point, all this, even what we're arguing over doesn't matter, right? All that matters is that this policy helps people, and it's clear that this policy absolutely does help people.
I love Shogun, I had a brainstorm here. I love how we brought up cells, right? Because we have heart cells, brain cells, skin cells, penis cells, and vagina cells, right? So, right? Do you hear me? So you turn the penis inside out, it's still penis cells, and it's not a vagina. Thank you.
Well, he's right. And hold on.
What makes this
Wait,
is really
Dex,
what
no,
makes
you wouldn't let me reply. Jesus Christ! Listen, you wouldn't let me reply before, and now I'm replying because you're no longer on the mic. So what you're doing here is weird. Like you're literally making this argument that because a person's existing penis or vagina could have a health problem and they could have like ED or infertility, but you're acting like it's actually illogical for us to go, yeah, that's like a non-functioning vagina or a non-functioning penis, but it's still a penis or it's still a vagina. That's literally the obvious truth, dude. Right? So I have a penis. I'm a man. I was born with a penis and balls. Now, if, God forbid, they ever stop working, they'll still be a penis or balls. They just be penis and balls that don't work. So you're literally acting as though you don't understand this. It's like an incredibly simple, logical case, right? Is a car with an engine broken down still a car, even though it can't drive? Yes, it's still a car. Is a penis that doesn't get an erection still a penis? Yes, it's still a penis. Is a vagina that can get an erection a penis? No, absolutely not. Is a male penis turned inside out a vagina? No. Can they do the same things? No. And are they the same even as the broken versions of the real thing? No. So is a neovagina a vagina? Not even close. Is a neovagina even the same thing as an infertile vagina? Not even close. The structure is different, the function is different, the cells are different, the tissues are different, the structure is different, literally nothing is the same. The resemblance is only superficial and only an illusion. It is not the same thing at all. It is not even similar to the same thing. It's absurd that you don't understand that.
Okay, so when we were saying that a penis isn't a penis, you were putting certain requirements on such. You were saying, well, they can't have babies. Well, they can't orgasm. They can't do these things that we're describing what a penis does. I demonstrated you, in fact, they can do something. And when I demonstrated you that some people who already have this organ can't do it, you said, oh, you made an exception for them, right? This would be like saying, well, this piece of metal is rearranged differently than a car, but it performs all the same functions of a car. It's still not a car. Like, it's just really, it's stupid. Like, even transgender people disagree with you. Like, doctors disagree with you. I mean, you can keep us going on this tangent, but if you guys want to move on, I'm totally for moving on.
I don't want to move on, and I don't think doctors disagree with me. There's no doctor on the planet Earth who agrees with what you're saying right now, Dex. Like, this is a case where you believe that your political ideology is some kind of scientific fact that literally is not the case. You will not find a doctor on the planet Earth who's going to tell me with a straight face that what they give a transgender man is a penis or what they give a transgender woman is a vagina. That's not what doctors say. You're taking this narrative like, oh my God, it's 1 + 1 = 2. This is science, bro. This is medicine. No. What you're spouting right now is delusional. Nonsense. Lies.
Yeah, and as somebody that's very familiar with all the different transgender factions, that's actually an extreme position even for them. Most of them don't go this far, really, from my experience. Just saying.
Like, if my daughter, this is kind of the standard I use, right? If she comes to me and goes, Daddy, I want to be a boy, I'd have to say, I understand, sweetheart, that's not possible. So just so you know, if you want to go down this road, all you're going to end up being is a surgically wounded girl. And if you were a boy and you said, I want to be a girl, I'd say, I understand, son, that you want to be a girl. I get that. And there's nothing wrong with that. And I support you in that you want that. The problem is nobody yet has the technology to give that to you. So if you go down this road, you're not going to end up a girl. You're going to end up a surgically mutilated boy. So that is the honest truth of what is on offer. And if you lie to these children and tell them that there's more on offer than that they have a quote-unquote penis, you're lying. They can't have a penis. It's absurd. And here's the problem, Dex. You have a penis. You know what a penis is, right? Grab it, right now. Grab your fucking dick. That's a dick, bro. They can't give that to a girl. Give your head a shake.
Yeah, someone I care about a great deal spent 9 years in her project to live as a man, and went very far in that direction. Went to some pretty extreme lengths, and at the conclusion she came to at the end was that it was ultimately unsatisfying and inauthentic. That she wasn't able to be a man. All she could do was be a woman pretending to be a man. And that it didn't feel right. It never felt right. It always, it was always like a shadow nipping at her heels. She was always uncomfortable in her own skin, and the only way through it was to learn to actually be comfortable in the skin she was born with. Even though like the whole reason she went down that road is she didn't feel that way, but that the only answer was to find a way to reconcile what the body she was actually born in, and she did reconcile, and now she's married and has a child. Like, I would hate for her to have lived in a world that politically put. I'm going to mute you, LH. I'm sorry.
Yeah, LH, you got a crazy wingspan, bro.
Thank goodness that that she was able to come in that position, and that she's not surrounded by people like you who are telling her, no, you can actually be a real life boy. And she would have been miserable. She would have never gotten married. She would have never had her child. Like, dude, you're on some other shit right now.
Well,
yeah, it's just Dex.
Really I want to respond to this because it was addressed to me. This is a really nice anecdote, and I can talk about tons of my trans friends that enjoyed the transition they were going through. So it's a really cool anecdote. But what the studies show is that this is massively beneficial. Of course, there's going to be some some exceptions to this rule, and it seems like yours is. But again, it's a really cool anecdote. But when I'm doing policy, I don't care about this, right? I care about what the studies say, right? This has no weight in any policy discussion ever.
No, but okay. So first of all, I'm assuming because I missed the early part of the debate, and I'm really happy it went on without me. That's great. But I'm assuming you provided already a source showing what a massive benefit transgender reassignment surgery and bottom surgery has on suicide rates, right? Because you keep referencing how many lives are saved. My understanding is it does virtually jack shit for this. So I'd like to see these studies. I'm assuming you posted them already, but my understanding is that the suicide rates of transgender people are virtually unchanged. So my understanding is that once they're surgically mutilated, they're then faced with a bitter pill, which is, oh my God, I was mentally ill all along. I've now also physically disfigured myself and literally cut my penis off and turned it inside out. And only now do I realize that this was actually not the solution to my problem, and therefore I've actually made my problem a million times worse because now I need to come to terms with the fact that my penis is fucking inside out, and I'm mentally ill. And this is actually extremely cruel.
I mean, it's cool that you see this. It's just I want to finish
describing exactly that the suicide rate goes up post-op.
Okay, so this is simply not true. You first of all, you linked one study. I linked 8 plus one of them is a meta-analysis of 55.
Forgive also this.
So we can only wait.
Says
you're gonna
just one at a time.
Your story,
your Celtic, but you'll reply after he's done, but we don't interrupt you.
But he's never done.
Well, he's got 2 minutes.
Okay, I've let people talk multiple times, so I don't know what that means. But I've linked 8 independent studies plus a meta-analysis of 55 studies. I mean, it's cool that you linked one study, but again, there's going to be one study showing everything. What we got to look at is what the consensus says, and the consensus is clear. It says that transition surgery is a benefit.
Okay, he's done now. I would like to point out that in my observations, whenever the Dex accuses his opponent's positions of being merely anecdotes, all he means by that is that He refuses to listen to studies or any information that does not confirm his biases.
That is the definition of what an anecdote is. You understand this, right? What empirical and anecdote, they mean two separate things. Anecdote is an argument based on one piece of evidence, that being what you've seen, and empirical is what the studies show. So you just said.
But I have not witnessed the studies. I only hear about them. I have no way to verify them. So they're as good as what you call an anecdote to me.
No, Dex is correct, right? And an anecdote is not as strong as a study, and then there's different kinds of studies, and meta-analysis is the most strong kind of study, etc. He's correct about this.
Also, if
but the anecdotes are not irrelevant, first of all, and second of all, they're not the same empirically or whatever as a study. And all I'm saying is this: Dex, is even if you can say that, say transgender reassignment surgery lowers suicide rates by say 5% or 10%. Okay, yeah, that's irrelevant information. It means people less likely to kill themselves if they have the surgery or whatever. It's definitely not insignificant. But that doesn't mean that the harm associated with it is zero, and it doesn't mean that is actually the best course of policy. Like, unfortunately, Dex, with you, and this is just my honest opinion, your understanding of the meaning of data and how simple it is in its application, like you think, like, the data says this, it obviously means this. You go way off the rails with it obviously means this part. Like, yes, the data is that, but what you need to understand is data analysis is actually a skill unto its own. And again, so if you could say this particular policy is reducing suicide by 5%, well, what if we found out that if we give people really intensive counseling and therapy and no surgery, it actually reduced the suicide rate by more, right? So what you're doing is saying, okay, the surgery happens, the suicide rate goes down by 1/10 or whatever, great. That means it's unequivocally the right thing to do? No, because you're not comparing it to all the alternatives that you haven't tested yet. So what I would suggest is we haven't tried what I think is the logical thing, which is to say, hey, dude, or girl, you have a misunderstanding going on here where you feel like you're in the wrong body. That's very traumatic for you. Let's give you some really appropriate therapy and counseling and medication. Maybe we could actually drop the suicide rate by more, and you won't be dilating your surgical wound every day.
Okay, so a lot of problems here. So number one, I don't think you were here during the debate when I said this. I don't know if you, but I said if there was another way other than transitioning, I'd be all for that. So I said this already. Like, we don't always just need to have transitioning. It just seems, based on the studies, that transitioning is the best. And I've seen no counter studies of these other therapies working. So if you want to send studies, I'll look at them. Because the only other therapy we really tried was transconversion therapy, and that reduces suicidality. And the thing is, okay, so explain to me how I'm making a bad prescription based on this data, okay? So the data shows that if we allow transitioning, that suicidality increases. Explain to me why my interpretation, which is we should allow people to transition because they're less likely to kill themselves, is wrong. Please explain that to me.
I'll try. So all I'm saying is, okay, so you have transgender people, no surgery, and then their suicide rate, and then you have transgender people surgery and their suicide rate. So let's say that transgender people, no surgery, has suicide rate of 30%, and you say transgender person surgery goes down to 20. So you've reduced it from 30 to 20, it's a substantial increase. You say, I'm saving this many lives. The problem is you don't have another control group where a different strategy is tried, right? So what you would need to have is another control group that tries a radically different strategy to deal with the same issue. So what I would propose is let's have a group of people who are transgender who get counseling, therapy, and medication, and all the different other alternatives of therapy, other than cutting the penis off and turning it inside out, right? And let's see if that group has a similar or greater reduction in suicide rate than the surgical group. Because if my group, who gets the medication and therapy, ends up having equal or greater success rates than the surgery, then obviously the surgery is an inferior option because it's a much more radical and consequential medical intervention. So if I can, through therapy and medication, get my people to go 15% down in suicide and yours only go 10, then mine is better. And so the point is, just because you've said that this intervention is better than no intervention, doesn't mean it's the right intervention.
I never disagreed with that statement in any regards. I said, yeah, I'm 100% down for testing other therapies. But in the meanwhile, we shouldn't ban a surgery. We shouldn't ban a surgery that's been proven to help people. It doesn't make sense that just wait until this study is out. It doesn't make sense to the people who are like killing themselves, right? We should try to help these people by all means possible. And the thing is, no, open eye, please let me finish. Okay. So the thing is, you don't have a control group. Well, first of all, this is not even true. Like, we can compare trans people who've undergone the surgery based on trans people who haven't had the surgery and trans people who tried conversion therapy. And we see out of those three things that transitioning is better. But does that mean we should never investigate other therapies? Absolutely not. We should always be investigating other possible therapies to see if they work. I've never said that we shouldn't.
Well, look at Obama. Michael, his wife, Michelle, she still has her dick hanging down her fucking drawers. And that's a transgender, and I think Obama's, it was on a video where Obama was talking about all these people and shit, and he said Michael and I. He actually said Michael, dude. No shit.
He actually did say that. He actually did do that more than once.
And I'm trying to do scientific.
Off the issue. Can we please get back to the issue? And I'd like to have my 2 minutes, please.
Okay, right. Go ahead.
Firstly, is transgender medical reassignment going to be possible in this universe at some point in time, if it isn't already now? I believe that it's quite possible. Is it plausible that it's doable right now? I think that they're in the early stages of creating real prosthetics using biological science to 3D print these organs. And I have looked them up online, and it's in the precursor stage. They are actually interested in growing penises and vaginas to implant into those who want such surgery to be done to them.
Can I jump in real quick? I think it's more likely that we're going to identify the pathology behind why individuals feel the need to reassign their gender, or why they feel like they want to be women. And
maybe so.
And that's
I can finish my 2 minutes, please.
You did? Okay, I thought you were done talking, so that's why I jumped in.
Sorry, it's all right. I try to break up what I'm saying so that it sinks in a little bit to my audience. I think it all boils down to, should the surgery be banned, is the question. Or is the question more along the lines of, should the public be paying for this surgery? Because I, as a libertarian, don't give a fuck what you do with your own body. But I take a lot of umbrance when somebody points a gun at me and says, you should pay for this. Right? I don't think we should ban the surgery, because that's up to the individual to make a choice on whether they're going to do that to themselves. They're the ones who have the executive power to sign off on the surgery, and all the consequences of that surgery are theirs and the doctors. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, great points. What I want to bring up is why is it so taboo right now? I'm not necessarily sure entirely if it is or not, but why aren't we investigating like the genesis of why this condition is happening? I think it's very taboo to explore that right now in academia.
They have years ago, but he got shunned, and he's like the current transgender antichrist. And there's just like scientists don't fuck with that stuff basically. He got in a lot of trouble over some claims he made about it.
When people finish their full points, I think Truth is still talking. For sure was Truth.
Sit. Lay down.
But the main thing is,
so
can I say
I
something
think
real
those
quick?
people are really
It's
tired.
harder, so.
Yeah, it's very obvious that these people are really suffering, and understanding the root of the problem here is critical. Like that's something major. If they're willing to, get a penis or a vagina, and that's not the organ that they have right now, if they're willing to go through a gender reassignment surgery, like you're all in at that point. Like you are all fucking in at that point. You really gotta want that. I don't even know, even if I wanted to be a woman, how do you go to the length of that type of surgery? That sounds like a Saw movie on steroids. Like that just sounds seriously satanic. That was my worst nightmare. And so that's why I think these people, have a very strong conviction towards this. I don't think therapy, maybe, right? Maybe, but I think that the pathology behind this condition, it's very primal for them. It's like profoundly primal at the deepest level. It is part of their biology potentially in some way, somehow through some type of hormonal malfunction. Who knows? We don't know the genesis, the pathology of this condition. And I don't think anyone's looking for that answer right now. And I think it's a damn shame, because if we could treat this without going to such lengths, I mean, that's not even treating it. That's a really sick Band-Aid, changing someone's genitals. Like, I think these people would want, if they could, who knows, maybe they're being told right now, just be who you are. But if you could feel comfortable within your own skin like that, who wouldn't choose that option? So I think it's unfortunate that it's so controversial to explore this right now, because I really do think these people are suffering in the worst way possible, whether they get the surgery or not. Like their life just seems like hell most of the time.
It's a fucking horrible mental illness, and that's why I say this, right? Because I'm bipolar, dude. So bipolar people have like a 50% suicide rate, and if you take women out of the equation, you look at men, it's like 80%. So our suicide rate as bipolar people is like absurdly high, and yet transgender people have virtually the same suicide rate. So it's incredibly obvious that transgenderism is a very serious and very deadly mental illness. Just like bipolar is, just like PTSD is, just like borderline is. We all have like a greater than 50% suicide rate. So the idea that we're treating transgenderism in this completely different way, and we're saying, oh yeah, bipolar, serious mental illness, PTSD, serious mental illness, all of them lead to massive suicide rates. But transgenderism, it's not a mental illness. It's a beautiful sexual expression. It's your identity. It needs to be celebrated. It's like, no, these people are profoundly sick. They're so unwell in their own bodies that they're fucking killing themselves to an nth degree. And the idea that, like, it's very simple, right? So my ethical argument is this. You can take something away from people and you can't give it back. And you also can't give them the alternative to that. So everyone is given by God either a penis or a vagina. Either they have fallopian tubes and a hymen and a womb, or they have a penis and a vas deferens and a testes. You're given one or the other set of equipment. Now, my basic premise here is it's unethical to take from someone what you can't give back or replace. So you can take my balls and you can turn my penis inside out, but you can't give me a womb. You can't give me a vagina. You can't let me menstruate. You can't let me lactate. You can't let me have a baby. So I think it's fundamentally unethical to take a knife to someone's healthy equipment and produce nothing functional in return. It's just fucked up. If you take my car, you better give me another car that works. But if you just take my car and give me some fucking simulacrum of a car that doesn't do what my car did, you fucking left me down the river. You fucking sold me out, basically. It's a lie. That's my problem. It's not that I think this is an unethical project. It's an impossible project. Once the project is possible, it won't be unethical. But as long as it remains impossible, we should be telling kids, listen, I'm sorry you want to be a little girl, but you never can be and you never will be. So unless you want to be a submissive homosexual who has a surgical, wound, that's an option. But let's be very honest that that's not the same as being a woman.
Few problems there. Okay, so I don't know who in this call said transgender is not a mental illness. I'm pretty sure that's now a straw man, because even I have not said that. And you can say like fundamentally it's fucked up or we're lying to them, but this doesn't matter, right? When we're looking at policy, right? Do I really care about, are we lying? Are we doing all this stuff? You know what I mean? It just doesn't matter, right? All I care about is, are my constituents going to be happy, or, you know, are they going to start killing themselves, right? If I'm making it,
What, mister?
say for example NAFTA.
You really want
Now,
more food?
it's called the free trade agreement, but
still
technically
hungry or
there's
something?
still some taxes that go on with the businesses because they ship it over to Mexico, and we charge the, you know, truckers taxes, so, and that's charged to the companies. This doesn't matter, right? What matters is what NAFTA does. Same thing goes with this. We can go attack the, like, we can attack, like, oh, it's a lie. Like, first of all, doctors agree with you. Second of all, like, it makes people better off, right? It makes people happier, makes people healthier. Like, we can try to say, like, because of my feelings, more people should die. You know what I mean? Because it's still a lie, right? But that's just fucked up. I mean, if you're just gonna have people, like, start killing themselves just because it's quote unquote I mean, it's really stupid, to be honest.
Wait, Dex, but okay, there's a real problem here having to do with false promises, right? Like, so when someone expresses a desire to change their sex, we have to have a real honest conversation with them about just what is and isn't possible, right? So if you're telling kids, like, hey, if you don't feel good as a boy, you can become a girl, that's a very simplistic way of explaining it to them. It's not the whole story. It's not actually correct, I would argue, but you know, it certainly isn't the whole story. So
It is come to light.
they got to understand, like, after the surgery, they're not going to be just like all the other girls, right? They're going to have a different set of problems. They're going to have different medical protocol they're going to have to go through. They're going to have hormones, and they're also going to remain having the mental illness that caused this in the first place, right? So if people are being told this is the solution to your problem, you don't, you know, then we're mistreating these people by not getting actual informed consent, because they don't fully understand what's happening or what actually is and isn't possible.
I'd really like to jump in. I know Dex likes to reply to every comment made to him, and that's understandable. But what I'm saying is, like, how I would look at this as an honest man with, like, honor and integrity and honesty. You look at it how your children would approach you, right? So you could have a son who wants to be a daughter. You could have a daughter who wants to be a son. So if John comes to me and says, Daddy, I want to be Sarah, or Sarah comes to me and says, Daddy, I want to be John, I have a conversation I have to have with them. That's exactly what Snarl just said. I cannot say to them, yes, Sarah, you can be John. I cannot say to them, yes, John, you can be Sarah. What I can say to them, honestly, is if you really don't want to be a man, you can have a surgical process done that will literally core you out and turn you inside out and create a permanently open surgical wound that has none of the reproductive or sexual functions that the functioning organ that you wish to have would have. You will not have a clitoris. You will not have a vagina. You will not have a womb. You will not have ovaries. You will not menstruate. You will not lactate. You will not have a female orgasm. You will not have a proper male orgasm. You will be literally a medically invalid, surgically crippled simulacrum of a female. You'll be a submissive homosexual male who is also surgically wounded and not even physically, you'll be physically compromised homosexual is what you'll be. That's what's on offer, John. You can't be Sarah. You can be gay John. You can get fucked in the ass by guys, and you can have your penis turned inside out. That's what's on offer. And it doesn't matter how undignified, it doesn't matter how undignified that is or how far that is from what you wish you could offer. That's what you can offer. You can offer nothing more than a life as a submissive homosexual whose functioning organs have been surgically cored out and turned into a permanently open surgical wound. That is not, in my opinion, an adequate or dignified alternative to either male or female existence. It is a horribly compromised and macabre, almost grotesque third option. Nothing more, nothing less. And honesty requires that you call it exactly what it is, a surgically compromised non-gender.
You understand that doctors don't just go up to people and say, you're going to be a boy. Right, that's literally, like, you have to describe the surgery of what you're doing on your patient. This is law. I mean, at least in America, because I'm from America, is that the requirements, there's two types of requirements depending on your healthcare provider, right? Number one, you have to have the doctor with every single, like, benefit and con of it and what the surgery is going to be. Number two, you have to do that, and you have to live at least 3 months in your preferred gender, expressing in the way in which you are, right? Doctors don't just go up and say, oh, you're going to be a boy, right? They describe, oh, we're going to take this tissue from you, or we're going to invert it. You understand that it's illegal not to do that. So even at that, even the false promise, this is just not true, because standard practice is that the doctor needs to describe the surgery that he's doing. So even if I accept that it's not the same, you're still wrong in that regards.
You actually just agreed with them. I don't know where you didn't. Yeah, you basically just agreed with them. And by the way, Galahad, that was very well said.
No,
and that's the thing, right? I mean, if there was a pill that could turn a boy into a girl, I wouldn't be opposed to that, right? I don't think that's morally wrong. If you actually would be more happy to be a boy than a girl, and that just for some reason God put you in the wrong body and you can give you a new body, I don't have a moral problem with that. I'd be like, okay, yeah, you'll be happy as a boy. All right, fine. I'll accept that. But that just isn't a thing. So my problem with this is that it just isn't a thing yet. And we're trying to act like it is a thing, but it isn't a thing. And as long as we're telling kids it is a thing, we're literally Pied Pipering them into absolute misery. And they're going to end up killing themselves, in my opinion, or being profoundly depressed, because they're going to end up in this horrible third position of neither male nor female, which I think is just objectively a worse situation. You're better to be a woman who isn't happy being a woman, or a man who isn't happy being the man, than either a man nor a woman. I truly think so. And I think we're lying to people who say otherwise. Like, God gave you two perfectly good options here, male or female. But right now, we don't actually have the ability to give people a better third option. This third option is not an option at all. Honestly, it's not. It's ridiculous.
Can I jump in and actually in the middle of these two positions? Because I've the way you described it, Galahad, I do I get it, and with respect to the bottom surgery, that I do have the horror of that thing. It is nightmarish, and I don't see how other people don't see that. But in terms of just not doing the bottom surgery and living as a trans person who is not mutilated, I don't think it's for everybody, and I don't think it's a good option for as many people as are considering it currently. But for some people, they're going to be more comfortable that way. I don't necessarily have a problem with it being in society, and I don't think we have to describe that option in as negative terms. David can call himself Sarah, right? You can change your name, and you can live with the female gender expression, or the opposite the opposite gender expression. You just they should also understand what that entails and what that means for them socially, and be educated about it.
Okay, a few problems here. So the thing is, I don't know, Sinist or whatever, however your name is. I don't think you understand what means Sir Galahad are saying if you think we're breeding, because he's saying, well, doctors just go up to you and say you're going to be born. Well, that isn't true. They describe the surgery. They're describing what they're going to do to you. This is, they're not lying to you. That it's illegal to do that. It's like malpractice. You will go to jail if you say, we're just going to put a penis on you. You know what I mean? Without describing how you're going to do that. This is literally illegal. This just doesn't happen. So, and then it's a cool thought, saying, oh, they're going to kill themselves. Well, this is just not true. We can make all these points, but you're pulling it out of your ass, right? Because the studies show, the majority of studies show that this is massively beneficial for trans people. So we can say all day, well, I think that when they transition, they're going to kill themselves. It's just simply not true.
You've been saying massively beneficial, just so that we don't have to go clicking the 20 links. Do you have off the top of your head what the reduction in suicidality is, approximately?
So quality of life. The problem is with quality of life, you can't just. Oh, you're talking about explicitly suicides?
Well, I figured that's going to be the statistic that's most readily available. If you've got something on quality of life, I'd be interested to hear that too. But
yeah, quality of life, about so for example, this is this out of surveys of people. Yeah, overall 75% of participants saying they're feeling very satisfied. 26.2 saying, out of another study, 95% said that their expectations for life was fulfilled. 85 saw themselves women. 61.2% were very satisfied. 26.2 were very satisfied. And I think there was another study that here. Let me see it.
And what about the suicidality specifically? Because you have been saying all the people that are alive that wouldn't be otherwise and stuff like that. So what's the claim?
So I would have to go specifically through every study. This is what the researchers have presented the research as. So, I mean, they're going to represent the research.
I mean,
so
do you have an idea whether it's like, are you claiming that it's like a 5-10% reduction? Is it a 90% reduction? Like, what are you claiming?
All studies say that there's been an increase. I can't say accurately what percentage is increasing. This is what the researchers have been saying, though.
I mean, okay, like just I've seen studies that claim that post-surgical suicide attempt rates go up by a factor of 20. I mean, and I would have to obviously I would have to go find that, but it seems like there's quite some varied opinions on what the science of this is. I do appreciate.
No, that's simply not true. I mean, meta-analysis disagree with you. It says found like out of the meta-analysis of 55 studies that 93% of studies found that gender transition improves over being transgender people. So the number of stories that say this is not beneficial are in the minority. I would be very interested in seeing what specific study you were citing for sure.
The most thorough follow-up sex reassignment study extended over 30 years and conducted in Sweden, where the culture is strongly supportive of transgender, documents their lifelong mental unrest. 10 to 15 years after surgical reassignment, the suicide rate of those who had undergone reassignment surgery rose to 20 times that of their comparable peers. Let me post it. It's a heritage.org link.
I mean, what you have here is an ideology that is just misguided, running its course, and then realizing it didn't achieve what it thought it would. So they took a narrative, right? They said, you are a man in a woman's body, you are a woman in a man's body, therefore we will create a woman's body for you or a man's body for you, and once your body matches your mind, you'll be happy. That kind of makes some amount of sense, but it's obviously not true. The reality is you are a man in a man's body with a mental illness that compels you to believe you are a woman in a man's body. And that leads to an entirely different treatment outcome, right? So rather than reshaping your body surgically to match your mind, we should be reshaping your mind therapeutically to match your body. It's almost laughable how obvious that actually is, because of how extreme it is to try and turn a penis into a vagina or a man into a woman through literally the application of a knife, a scalpel, to solve a mental problem. You're taking a knife to someone's body. I mean, as someone with a mental illness, the concept of radical invasive surgery on your genitals to treat a mental illness is truly mind-boggling and terrifying.
God bless. And I hope.
Okay, so multiple things here. Even the study that you're citing isn't saying what you think it's saying. And the thing is, even if it was, I mean, just because you have one study, like the mass of studies disagrees with this. I can post like I have 8 independent studies and then one
right now
5 studies that all say that it is beneficial. So what it says is the person with transsexualism after sex reassignment have considerably higher risk for brutality, suicidal behavior, and psychiatric mobility than the general population. This is very important to see, the general population. Not other trans people who happen to have the surgery, the general population. I mean, it's obvious that even if you treat a mental illness, of course, the person treated with a mental illness is still going to be more at risk. But what we want to do is we want to compare transgender people who had this surgery to transgender people who didn't. And this doesn't. It compares it to the general population.
It literally, are you talking about the heritage thing? Because it says 20 times that of their comparable peers. So that would be people who had who were transgender but didn't undergo the reassignment.
So this would be one of the examples of the article. So I would implore you to click the study, because when I found the study, I clicked on the study. I clicked on the study, and I actually read it. So it says the conclusions. Like it says you see the blue link where it says most sex reassigned people. Click that, and you'll read it in the conclusions. Persons with transsexualism after sex assessment reassessment have considerably higher risk in mortality, suicidal behavior, and psychiatric mobility than the general population. Our findings suggest that sexual reassignment relieving gender dysphoria may not suffice for treatment. So what they're saying is there could be better treatments there. However, it does help. And what they're comparing the people who had after sexual reassignment,
Oh, no,
they're comparing it to a general population.
preliminary
While my studies are comparing
status.
people who went through gender, whatever, you know the surgery I'm talking about, comparing those to the peers who didn't. So you gotta look at the study, dude.
All right, fair enough.
There's
I gotta
another-
look into it and see if that's legitimate. I don't have the time right.
There's another problem
question.
here,
What,
Dex,
mister?
and I know it's not going to be an easy one for me to say. It's probably going to actually make me sound bad, but I'm going to be honest, right? What you're saying is, if there are people so mentally ill that the only way to stop them from killing themselves is to surgically mutilate them and go to great elaborate extents to reshape their genitals surgically into a simulacrum of non-genitals they won't ever have. It's like you're basically putting a gun to her head and being like, I am so fucking mentally ill, I will kill myself, so society better fucking do what I want. What if you're just so goddamn crazy that it's really not our problem and we shouldn't lower ourselves to that level? That's essentially my point, right? I'm sorry you are so mentally ill that without this surgery you will kill yourself. And I understand, but that is really not actually our problem. I'm sorry to say. We should be doing surgeries on cancer patients, people with bone marrow diseases, people with actual mental health problems like schizophrenia, etc., that can be treated, etc. If you are so dysfunctional that you hate your body so much you're going to kill yourself, that should not be a gun to the head of our medical profession. We should say, sorry, sir, there is no such surgery. We can't actually help you, sir. I understand you're going to kill yourself, and really you shouldn't do that. Here's a suicide helpline. Why don't you try some antidepressants and some counseling? Why don't you check yourself into a mental hospital? But no, I'm not going to turn your penis into a vagina because that technology doesn't exist. So your whole argument here is we're so crazy we're going to kill ourselves, God damn it.
At the risk of being accused of, a straw man, there actually are cases of people who have convinced doctors to just wound them in other ways. There's someone who convinced a doctor to sever their spinal cord so that they would be paraplegic. There are people who have convinced people to give them amputations. These doctors should be written out on a rail. They should be in prison.
Okay,
it's exactly
one
the
second,
same
I really need to
situation,
respond to this because you're like literally saying that we should just let them back. So I got to respond to this. So first of all, this debate isn't about using tax money for funding research. This is a separate debate. What we're talking about is should people be allowed to have this freedom? And when this freedom benefits people, I see no reason to say, no, we're not going to allow you to express this freedom because if you're so mentally ill, you should just kill yourself or you should just let yourself die. This is really weird. We can use this argument for literally anything. For example, why should we fund cancer research when we can invest in our schools? The future is all that important, so fuck cancer people. See, this is the thing. It's really dangerous because we can use this to literally kill anyone who has some of the slightest defect at all. And again, this isn't a debate about using taxes for this. It's really weird that you're like saying, oh, we should just let trans go back, even though this isn't a debate about this. We're just arguing about the freedom of allowing surgery. And it's shown through studies that allowing this freedom is beneficial. I don't know why we would just let people kill each other. I mean, let people kill themselves. We can prevent that. It seems really weird.
I'll tell you exactly why, right? So I would say, again, this is hypothetical. I'm not actually in charge. I'm just telling you my beliefs, my unironic, honest beliefs. I would say to doctors, you took a career path where you're supposed to help people who are sick with their health problems. So these are people who develop cancer, hernias, broken legs, infections. You treat them, you make them healthy. Your job is not to accommodate the delusions of mentally ill people who have a form of delusional psychosis, right? So if someone believes that they're supposed to have hooves, your job is not to surgically reconstruct their hands into hooves so they don't kill themselves because they're so crazy they'll jump off a roof if you don't give them hooves. Your job is to help people with, like, I have my ex-girlfriend who has fucking bone marrow cancer. That's an actual problem that a doctor should be focused on. He should not be sitting there being like, oh, sir, you want me to create a vagina for you? Okay, well, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to turn your balls inside out and cut them off, put them in this bucket here, and just turn this and suck it out here and take some skin off your arm. No, they should be helping sick people with medical problems, and people with mental illnesses should be seeing psychiatrists and therapists for psychotropic medication and or therapy and counseling and or hospitalization And if you're so fucking much of a danger to yourself that you're going to off yourself, then you can go to a suicide ward like any other suicidal person. So my ex-girlfriend was suicidal, so they Baker acted her and they threw her in a ward so she couldn't kill herself. So do the same to these transgenders, but no, don't fucking surgically mutilate their genitals. We don't let the mentally ill determine this kind of thing, right? So if I'm schizophrenic and I go, my liver is an alien implant and my liver is from the Venus and my liver is eating my brain. We don't cut your liver out to make you feel better. We go, sir, your liver is actually perfectly fine. We've checked it. There's nothing wrong with your liver. You have a mental health problem with your brain, and then we treat your brain. But with this transgender thing, they go, my penis, my balls, I shouldn't have them. And what we should be saying is actually there's nothing wrong with your penis and your balls, sir. The problem is your brain. Right? And so we shouldn't be cutting out your healthy penis and balls to accommodate your diseased brain. I don't know how this can be any more clear, to be honest.
Okay, but then we can
I would
say,
like
well,
to,
depression,
forgive
no,
me, I've been waiting to say something
so
about this.
we can
I would like to
say this
hear
with
the
anything,
Dex.
Let's let this guy get in. He seems to want to really get in. And
I would like to see the Dex, I would like to see the Dex address that directly. He has skirted that and gone on to assert new things while avoiding your direct such statements throughout this whole conversation. I would like to hear him directly address what you just said.
Okay, Celtic, first of all, I've never dodged anything. I've always responded to points.
Yes,
but that's, okay, stop interrupting me. This is the rules, dude. Okay, so chill. So the thing is, we can say, well, this is a problem with your brain, so it shouldn't be addressed. We can say this to anything. We can say this about depression. We can say this about the disorder you have. It's in your brain, dude. It's not real. You know what I mean? We can say this all the time. But what the studies do show is that these people have a brain of a female in a male body. This is a serious illness. So it's really weird how we're trying to restrict freedoms, right? Freedoms that they don't infringe on anyone else just because you don't like it. And so that results in people dying. It's just, it's so weird. It's so, dude, just because you don't like, okay, first of all, no one's forcing you to be transgender, right? No one's forcing you to give these surgeries to people, right? All I'm trying to do, all I'm advocating for, is that we should allow people this freedom to seek this treatment if they want to treat themselves better. I mean, this is so weird, dude.
Yeah, it's so weird, dude.
It's really not weird.
In what quantifiable way are these brains female or male? How do they determine that? Is it a examination of the X and Y chromosomes? Because besides that, I don't know how to take that seriously.
Well, here's the thing, though, Dex. Even if you say that, and I've heard this before, right? I've had transgender friends, right? So what they're saying is there are actual physical differences in the brain that make them more feminine or masculine. That's like inevitable, right? If you're that much more feminine that you're going to live your life as a woman, obviously that's going to reflect in your brain. So it's really not surprising at all that a transgender man has a more feminine brain, and we should understand that by seeing that he's living a more feminine life. So obviously he has a more feminine brain. So it's not surprising. All that's telling you is that some men who have male bodies and male brains have feminine behaviors, and that feminine behavior has a physical correspondent in their brain. But the idea that we're going to go, hey, your brain is a little more female than normal, so we're going to take a scalpel to your body for the next 97 hours of surgery, and then you're going to dilate the surgical wound for the next, the rest of your life. No, the problem is it doesn't matter if you have a female brain or not. We can't give you a female body. So we're obviously going to have to work on the brain aspect. And what you just said is nonsense. It shows you didn't understand my point at all, Dex. So you said, well, okay, that's like saying depression is just in your head, or bipolar. I said, yeah, it's just in your head. That's why they give you drugs that treat the brain chemicals, right? So when I have a bipolar episode, they don't take a scalpel to me. They give me a drug that balances my brain hormones or my brain chemicals. And the same is true for schizophrenic, schizoaffective, PTSD, bipolar, borderline, depression. You give people drugs that are supposed to balance their brain chemicals. You don't physically recarve their flesh with a knife.
Okay, so this is really cool. It's kind of, we shouldn't allow gay people to be gay because they're putting dicks in our asses. This is not what we should allow. You're crying over, it's kind of like crying over the same thing, right? It's just because you don't like it. Wait, let me finish.
Okay, open eye after Dex, your turn, bro. Thank you.
This is like saying something shouldn't be allowed because I don't like it. No, this is not how policy works. Thank God people are not in there saying, well, I don't like it, therefore we should let people die, because the surgery's real mind. Like, again, this doesn't matter, right? What matters is human life, and I'm pretty sure you value human life, right? So I think it's worth allowing people basic human liberties of bodily autonomy, even though you don't like it, so that people can like freaking live, so people can have the chance to like, see the day of light. I mean, this is just
this is a form of.
Please listen. So it's super weird that we're justifying people dying on the basis that we just don't like the type of surgery that we're doing.
All right, go ahead, open eye.
Okay, look, the aliens have been fucking with our DNA for a long time, y'all. I'm sure they got some knowledge about the DNA. They could change your DNA. If you want to be a man, they could just change your fucking DNA. The science is there. The thing is, they're not going to tell y'all what they could do with DNA, okay? A lot of things are secret. And the aliens have been fucking with our DNA. And look, Obama, Michael, I mean, he changed his sex, and he's a fucking crazy lunatic. The fucking asshole. Talking about, they're talking about the flag. I mean, and Obama's not wearing the flag and shit, and they caught him on tape. Michelle or Michael was talking about, oh, fuck that flag and shit like that. Well, you know what? I think they need to be shipped to Africa, bro. Really, that fucking little queer Obama. Obama's a queer.
Come on.
They changed. Well, no, what they fight sword fighting.
Queer is a slur.
Yeah, but Obama's boyfriend changed his gender. Okay, y'all. He's got tits now.
Listen, Obama, I'm not gonna lie, Obama's wife is a man and does have a penis. That is actually true. But
how big
I can't deny it.
But he likes to use his penis, so, whatever. And they sword fight every night,
I mean, Obama's husband unquestionably has a penis. You can clearly see it in several photos.
Well, I want to tell you something about this young kid talking. I mean, you have your opinions, but I don't think you're old enough to have opinions right now, or anybody to believe in your opinions, because you're too obsessed about your own self, believing in your own fucking illusion stuff about everything you talk about. I mean, you're too young, man. I mean, really. It's like taking a grain of salt and throwing it back behind me, and you get salt in your eyeballs, okay? That's how much I think about your opinion, okay? And look, Shogun, you can't let these little kids go on, keep on talking and running the fucking show or whatever, and they're full of shit. You gotta fucking take your gavel and says, look, kid, I know you're young. You gotta tell him. The dude's young. And I'm gonna tell him for you.
We give everybody the mic here. Everybody gets a turn.
Yeah, so he's hogging the mic or whatever all the time. What I'm saying is, he's too young to vote. He's too young to smoke cigarettes. He's too young to drink alcohol.
He's actually old enough to vote and smoke cigarettes. In the States, he can't drink alcohol, which is very bizarre, because in Canada, he could drink alcohol. But yeah, in the States, you're not old enough to have a beer Dex, but I listened to you tell me how a penis is a penis if it can come and piss. Sorry. I don't mean to be disrespectful. But the point is this, Dex, because you keep saying it's like you either want trans people to commit suicide or you want them to have surgery. And I'm just saying no. I'm saying these people do have mental illness. It does cause them to commit suicide. That is a very serious problem, and we do have an obligation to help them. I'm just saying that the way to help them is therapy, counseling, and various kinds of non-surgical interventions. I'm just saying the surgical part is unethical. And like Snarl said, right, I'm not saying it's unethical for them to seek to change their bodies. That's their bodies. But we have a legitimate expectation of our medical professionals that they won't do unethical shit. And I'm sorry, but turning your penis into a neo-vagina is unethical. It's just unethical. It's really unethical.
I would like to.
These are the same people who say gay marriage shouldn't be a thing because it's just unethical.
Bro, please don't do that, man.
Dude, this is
literally nobody here.
This is the same, and this is
I support gay marriage, dude. I don't support bottom surgery, so you can't tell me it's the same thing.
Okay, so this is what you gotta understand. When someone's doing an analogy, what they're doing is they're putting with the same two things with the same premises and showing you how your logic is flawed, right?
No, you're trying to tie us to bigots and.
Come on.
2 hours and
Okay.
47
So
minutes.
just to continue on there, just because you think it's unethical doesn't mean people should die just because you don't like something, right?
Okay.
What we should do is we should base our policies off of what helps human life, what makes people happier. And it's really weird as a Christian saying, if these people are mentally ill, they should just die in the first place. It's really weird when you start to say that. It's really cringy.
For fuck's sakes, I'm sorry.
Hold on,
Snarl,
guys.
Okay, you were lined up. Snarl, take the mic. But
Well, actually,
after Snarl. Okay,
King Daniel needs to respond. She's been trying to get her voice in here for quite a moment. So if that'd be okay for her to speak up, I'd like to hear her.
Yeah, it's fine. I don't hear myself.
Yeah, you're kind of low, King Daniel. And
Discord just went crazy. Like for me, I think it went crazy for everybody.
Galahad's back.
Might have, but I just kind of want to hit on a few points. Dex, you're using a very extreme thing. Yes, transgenders do kill themselves, and it was medically classified as a mental illness, unfortunately, because that's the fact. They took it out because they wanted to be politically correct. But I do not agree with the stance of people saying they shouldn't get bottom surgery because that's their right to. If they're paying money to do this cosmetic surgery, that's their fucking right. We can say a lot of cosmetic surgeries are unethical, but if it makes that person feel, that's their right to their body to do so. We can say breast surgery, Botox, like all those surgeries, they're cosmetic surgeries. And I mean, let's not look at it as a medical standpoint, but at cosmetic surgery. That's what they're paying for. This is what they want. Now, equating people that don't like bottom surgery to people that are against gay marriage are two totally different things. I understand what you're trying to do, but you're doing it incorrectly. Gay people getting married is different from someone changing their bodily anatomy. Now, again, I don't believe it should be something. It should be regulated. It should be made sure that it's safe and sterile, and make sure that they do go through the correct counseling to make sure that this is something that they truly want, because there are cases of trans people that are not trans. They thought they were, but they aren't, right? And they don't want to run into this mistake where they have bottom surgery and now they're stuck with the part that they don't truly belong with. But again, this is a cosmetic surgery that they're paying for, and they deserve to have that cosmetic surgery done if they truly want it.
Okay, so please, Snarl, I know you were in line. I'll give you the mic next, but this is really important, okay? So cosmetic surgery has a particular definition, and I understand what you're saying, King Daniel. People have the right, essentially, over their own bodies, right, to change it any way they can. So first of all, it's a separate question, what is your right to do to your body, essentially anything? What is the right of a medical professional that we give the state license of saying you are a doctor? That's different, right? If we say you are a doctor in our society, we can actually expect you to follow certain standards. And we can say that certain things you do might fall below those standards. So it's two separate questions. What a trans person can do to their own body, basically anything, cut your legs off, cut your head off. That's basically your own prerogative. Separate question from what people who we license as medical practitioners can do without, essentially degrading our culture. So that's a separate thing. But I want to explain something because this is important. This is the fundamental misconception. Trans surgery and gender reassignment is not cosmetic. Fundamentally, it's not cosmetic. So cosmetic means appearance. Cosmetic means literally surface level. That's what cosmetic means. It's a cosmetic or plastic surgery. It's literally just your cheeks are higher, your tits are nicer, your fucking butt is firmer. That's cosmetic. It's just how you look. The problem is the ovaries, the penis, the vagina, the testes, they're not cosmetic. They actually are hormone factors that produce integral parts of your overall bodily health. That's fundamentally why this is so unethical, is they're removing healthy organs that are essential to your health, as though they're just like bumps, as though they're just little horns that you can just cut off, just little, feathers. But they're not cosmetic, right? Your testes, your balls, they're not there for fucking show. They do something, right? So if you cut my balls off, that's not cosmetic surgery. It's like removing my kidneys. That's why it's so unethical, because they're treating it like it's a tattoo or a piercing, and it's really more like amputating your liver.
Okay,
hold on. Guys,
Let's give Snarl the mic. He's been in line. He was in line. I took his spot. I'm sorry.
Okay, cool. So just like a really quick hot take. Yes, like really, I want to reaffirm what Gal had just said. It's not cosmetic, but like the obligations that our doctors have to be ethical are so serious that we actually should be regulating cosmetic surgery. Go on YouTube, search extreme cosmetic surgery, and you will find people who have mental illnesses who have been abused by the medical system and been mistreated, and the doctors who did that should be in fucking jail.
Absolutely. And see, that's the States where people want those types of procedures, they pay for it, right? In Canada, we got friggin' universal health care. So my taxes go towards transgender surgeries and stuff like that in Ontario, and they go towards abortions. So it's, if you're paying out of pocket, I don't really care if you're, like I said, you're going to mess your body up. But, it shouldn't be coming out of other people's paychecks.
And that's a very good point, Paulie. Just to very quickly say that he's absolutely right. If you have a personal choice, you can impose that on society. So he's right. It is a different question in socialized medicine. But go ahead, Dex.
Sure thing. So they're essential to your health. We see this as not true. This is why trans people after transition surgery, they don't die right away, right? So first of all, it's just not true. And we do things that harm you all the time. Like, for example, when you have a transfusion, like when you give a liver or you give a kidney so someone else can use it, this is harming you objectively. You're taking a liver out of yourself. You're taking an organ that if you did not have any of those organs, you would die. But we still allow this, right? So, then you would have to say, oh, you can't take a liver out of you. You can't do blood transfusions as well because you're taking organs out of yourself. You need blood to survive. So, first of all, then we can do transfusions of any kind. So they live by a code. So first of all, there seems to be no legal precedent that transgender surgery is against this moral code, because there's been absolutely no cases of the sort. I would love for you to look up any cases saying that this surgery is illegal. I dare you to find any case. There's going to be no cases. Why? Because you're misinterpreting the code once again.
I'd like to speak up if I may. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I think it's a false equivalency to talk about donating blood and whacking off your penis, like, turning it into a vagina or whatever. I'm pretty sure it's a false equivalency fallacy. And also to say that, it's either they get the genital mutilation or they commit suicide. That's also the black and white fallacy. So continue.
Well, and I'd like to say that, right? So here's the problem. And I had this debate with one of my last admins named Weaver, and it was the same difference, right? So on the one hand is radical consentism, which is like we should have the freedom to do what we consent to. And in principle, I agree with that, right? Like if you really want to fucking jump off the roof, like it's not really my job to tell you not to. But I believe in essentially that the role of like the government is to actually draw like certain lines in the sand and be like, this is what we consider sane, rational, decent behavior. And we're actually going to try and like keep society in this framework. And these other people go, well, wait, we consent to be totally different. But here's the problem. So what Dex has said repeatedly is, oh, you just want these people to die. You're just going to let them die. We have to save them. This is emotional blackmail. So people do this in Discord. They do this in social life. What they do is they create an unreasonable persecution of themselves that doesn't actually follow from anything in order to blackmail you into giving them what they want. So I'll show you how this works. Wait, you don't think I'm the greatest moderator ever? I'm gonna fucking kill myself. So you have to therefore say I'm the greatest moderator ever, because otherwise I'll kill myself and that'll be your fault, right? But is it really realistic for me to expect that you would do that? Are you really responsible for my excessive and absurd reaction if I react obsessively and absurdly? No. So the point is like, listen, dude, we get it. You want to be a girl, but you're not. That's essentially your problem. It's essentially not our problem. And you're not a woman, and you never will be, and God didn't want you to be, and God didn't provide an avenue that you could be. So you have two options: accept the reality that you're a man, or spend your life being a homosexual and trying to approximate a woman. But it's not our obligation to give you a bunch of radical surgery. That's just not our concept of medicine, okay? So the point is, hold on, I'm almost done. So the point is, anyone can elevate to the point of suicide at any time. We can't let that be our determinant of social policy. And I'll give you a million examples that are actually really relevant. So people like to pretend it's not, but the slippery slope is very real, okay? So there's something called transableism, which is people who identify as quadriplegics, identify as paralyzed, identify as blind, and they're literally seeking doctors to cut their spinal cords and make them paralyzed, to blind them and make them blind, to cut their hands and feet off and make them amputees. They are doing exactly the same thing that the transgender people are doing. They are seeking surgical validation of their mental illnesses. And as soon as we say, wait, he hates his hand, he wants his hand cut off, that's fucking sick, and any doctor who does that is fucking evil, it's no different when you cut off your penis and your vagina. Okay, so if I say, I don't want my hands, I want to be a flipper guy, I want to have flippers. If a doctor cuts my hands and feet off, he needs to go to jail, dude. And it's no different if you have a sexual or a gender issue.
Okay, a few things to respond to really quickly. So it's this is not true. So you need blood to survive. You need livers to survive. There is no benefit to getting rid of your blood or your liver. There is absolutely no benefit to you and yourself. So if anything, this is worse because having transition surgery actually benefits you and it makes you less likely to kill yourselves. While getting rid of your blood or getting rid of your liver does nothing. So Understandable has lied. This should be banned. I'm going to finish. People, I'm going to finish. You are out of line. Okay, number two. So this is a black and white fallacy. No, okay, why? Number one, it is much more, okay, studies have shown that you're more likely to kill yourselves if you don't have transition surgery. And the reason why I'm saying Sir Galahad is doing this is because he literally said that if you're so mentally ill, you should just kill yourself. He literally prefaced it saying, well, people are probably gonna not like what I'm gonna say, like, but if you're just mentally, he literally. No, I gotta go. This is rule number one. I'm going to finish. Sorry, there's way too many people in here. So it's not our obligation. I never said it was your obligation, right? The debate is whether we should allow people having the freedom to do so. And I think we should allow the freedom because it lowers suicide rates, which apparently is a bad thing. Apparently we want people to kill themselves, but lower suicide rates and it helps these people. I don't see what's so hard to understand here.
Can I just touch on things?
Well, Snarl was trying pretty hard to get in there, but yeah, Danny and then Snarl, I guess.
I was too. So you had brought up the fact that God had made you a man and that they should proceed to live like that. You are using a religious moral view, right? And unfortunately, like a lot of people don't. The world has come to a secular view where we believe that transgenders should be able to transition because that is their right. That is what we have concluded as the right thing to do. As long as they're doing it safely, they are in the hands of professionals that know what they're doing. As Dex had said, you don't need your testes to survive. You don't need your vagina to survive. If you want to deform that, that's your business. What goes on with your pants and with your money is none of our business, right? But I would like to address Dex at this point. You are using the black and white fallacy. You're saying that this one thing will lead to another. There are plenty of trans people that cannot afford bottom surgery, so they continue their lives with the bottom half, saving, and some people don't even save enough because, life happens. And they live just as fine presenting as the gender they feel as, yes? So for you to say if they don't get bottom surgery, they are going to die, you are completely incorrect. there have been countless YouTubers and writers who are trans that have documented their journey, where they're saying, well, you know, I really want the surgery, I'm saving up for it, but they are living happy, perfect lives, keeping their bottom half. And yes, psychologically, that hurts because they're not fully seeing themselves as what they are, but it's not a necessity.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy how he's not taking into account the countless people who live without bottom surgery or prefer it that way even. Also, Danny, you can also live without your legs, and you can live without your arms, and you can live with a severed spinal cord. It doesn't mean that doctors should be doing that. Dex, Galahad literally did not say that people should kill themselves. He said that they should be offered counseling, given suicide hotlines. I don't want to hear that from you again. It's intellectually dishonest.
Well, and I appreciate that. No, hold on. No, he's right. He's right. Right. So what I said is, it's not the case that if someone holds their own suicide out over you as a threat, that you're then medically obligated to accommodate their suicide risk as though you're accountable for that. So I don't know if you guys saw it, but I just posted in general chat, quote, if you don't do radical unethical surgery on me, I will kill myself. Quote, it would be unethical for me to let you kill yourself, so I am ethically obligated to perform radical unethical surgery on you. So the reality is the doctor is the one who's actually medically trained to understand what is and isn't sound medical policy. If a patient comes in and says, I will kill myself if you don't take your knife to my dick and make it a vagina, and then he says, listen, if you don't do this, I'm going to kill myself. That does not then make the doctor accountable for that suicide. I am not obligated to stop you from killing yourself. I am obligated to provide sound medical treatment for actual medical illnesses. So you cannot say, we will kill ourselves if you don't do what we want, therefore you're accountable. Do you want us to die? That's not valid, right? I didn't tell you to die. I didn't tell you to kill yourself. I didn't say, hey, my medical advice is kill yourself. You came into my office and said, do this or I'll kill myself. What I'm telling you is that's not valid. My medical job as a doctor or a policymaker is to do what's actually right. And if you're so deluded that you're going to kill yourself, I'm not therefore accountable for your suicide. And if you throw yourself off a building, you threw yourself off that building. I did not kill you by not surgically reconstructing your penis.
Okay, a lot of problems here. So my point, I never once did I say if they don't get this transition surgery, they're going to kill themselves. I've always been saying they are more likely to kill themselves, number one. Number two, I don't know why you haven't addressed this at all, but you haven't addressed transfusion. I don't want you to run away from it because it's a really good point. So, Sir Galahad, please address that. Don't run away from it again.
Can I? Because it was my point in the first.
Okay. I'm gonna, dude. You were literally just promoted. These are the rules. Please don't interrupt me. And I just lost my train of thought. But please don't interrupt me next time. You did this like 3 times. Please don't do it.
Okay, well, I'm sorry for interrupting, but the transfusion point, we had the whole thing in text chat, right? And you may have thought I was being ironic, but you actually made a decent point here, right? You found an example where 2 of our values are butting up against each other. We have the Hippocratic Oath, which tells us that we shouldn't do things that harm people, and we have the practice that we all more or less agree with, that we allow blood transfusions and we allow people to donate their organs, right? This is an example where using only one value to understand what's right and wrong in society is too simplistic. We have different values of charity, and we have the understanding that you can grow back your blood, and you have organs that are what's the word? Well, that you have 2 of them, that there's a replacement, so they're redundant. You have organs that are redundant and that you can survive without. And we certainly don't allow people to voluntarily give up their hearts or any of that. And so that's the response I was trying to give. I'm sorry for interrupting.
Okay, so I just want to touch on a few things. So I'm pretty sure you can't grow when you give away a liver, right? The reason you can do that is because you have two of them, right? You don't just magically back. So even in that example, you're sacrificing an organ, and it's not beneficial. And regardless of whether your blood grows back or not, the doctor is taking your blood. This is not beneficial to you in any way. So my argument still stands. See, and the reason why you justify the transfusion of blood is because other people can now use that blood and other people can now live. This is my same point. The reason we should allow transgender surgery is because people are more likely to live now. You really got to explain how. I mean, it doesn't make. There's no point in arguing that transfusions in no way objectively do they help you. This is just not true.
So, again, you're equating that if they don't get the surgery, they will inevitably die. That's not how it works. Again, there are countless people that have documented their trans journey, right? That have not gotten bottom surgery, that cannot afford bottom surgery, or saved up for bottom surgery, and they're still capable of living healthy lives. They're going to therapy, they're taking their hormones. They are still living happy, successful lives, they're finding love. They don't need bottom surgery, they want it, right? I want to address the thing that Charles said, yeah, you can live without your arms and stuff like that, but we have equated that to being unjust because you're hurting yourself in a negative way. When you have trans people having these surgeries, they are hurting themselves in a positive way. Yes, it sounds weird, but psychologically, they are producing dopamine because they're now seeing themselves as they see themselves in their head. When they're now being identified as the gender they are presenting, and when they're with their partners and their partners are now seeing the gender that they are presenting, they're going to be more happier. They're going to live happier lives than they already were before. But for Dex, you're saying that if they don't get this bottom surgery and they kill themselves, it's their fault. It's the medical profession's fault. Like, that's not how that works. That's how it's sounding. That's how you're presenting the argument. That's how it's coming across.
I directly said that they're more likely. I explicitly I made sure that I made this point that, okay, I'm gonna answer Sir Dragonfly's question. Okay, so the reason why killing people is bad, there's a difference between a meta-ethical normative ethics and applied ethics. There's a difference. If you don't recognize that, you don't know what ethics. So I just responded to that. I did not avoid your question. You should listen to voice chat, bud. So I explicitly said that no, if trans people don't get the surgery, that doesn't mean they'll die. It means they're more likely to die. This is what the studies say. And I didn't fucking avoid your question, Sir Dragonfly, whatever your name is, dude.
Well, he's not in the room, first of all, but I just want to say they're not more likely to die. They're more likely to kill themselves. So if there was a surgery, hold on. If there was a surgery that would prevent you from dying, then it would be unethical for a doctor to not provide that surgery. So let's say I had like diabetes and I was like, listen, I have diabetes, you have to give me insulin or I will die. It would be very unethical for a doctor not to provide me that surgery that would save my life. But what you're doing here is the reverse of that. It's not, oh, the doctor can provide a surgery that will save my life. It is, I will literally kill myself to blackmail you into giving me the treatment that I desire. And if you don't do it, I'm willing to kill myself. So therefore, you should be accountable for my suicide. What I'm telling you is this doesn't work, because if we apply this kind of thinking, it leads us down a slippery slope that is an absolute abyss, right? So again, you're going to tell me this is like a false equivalency. It isn't. This is the exact, precise, perfect equivalency. I can't tell if someone's talking or what, but everyone please close your mic and let me know if I'm not coming through. But all I'm saying is there are now people who say, I am meant to be disabled, sever my spinal cord. There's people that say, I'm meant to be blind my eyes. There's people that saying, I'm meant to be My Little Pony, freeze my hands off on frozen ice, cold ice or whatever, and then my hands will turn black, and then you'll amputate my hands so I can have hooves, because my sexual fetish with my boyfriend is that I'm a pony, and I have hooves. Okay, so you can't then say, listen, I need hooves, I need to be My Little Pony so my boyfriend can fuck me and I can be a pony, and if you don't do that, I'll kill myself. That doesn't make the new moral standard of the doctor I must amputate everybody's hands so they can be little ponies so they won't kill themselves. Like, do you understand what I'm trying to tell you? Like, you can't, as the patient, come in with a gun to your head and go, do this crazy surgery on me or I'll blow my brains out. That doesn't automatically make your new medical ethics that you have to provide the surgery because the guy's going to blow his brains out. You're like, holy shit, this guy's suicidal and crazy. Yeah, he should get help. But no, I'm not going to do this surgery to prevent him from blowing his brains out. Like, do you understand what I'm trying to say here?
Yeah, I understand it, but the problem is it's a false equivalence, right? Because when we see trans people, we see studies have shown this, that their brain is more aligned with the gender that they affirm to. And the thing is, with the difference between the My Little Pony dude, there would be a way to have him go through therapy. Okay, so now I'll address medical ethics, okay? So medical ethics is you're doing a surgery so people can live, right? You're doing a surgery. Is that not true? Is that not true? Explain to me how that is not true.
I kind of want to jump in here. So,
hey, look.
No. Open Eye, sorry.
Like
it's not your turn.
Hold on. Danny had the mic there first.
Yeah.
You can go next, Open.
Okay.
So, you keep saying that, alright, they will be more likely to die, and you're grossly misrepresenting the trans community. They are more likely to kill themselves when they are not being accepted by their friends and family. They are more likely to kill themselves pre-therapy, pre-hormones, pre-surgery. These are factors to make them more likely to kill themselves. When they have friends and family that are accepting, that goes down. When they start taking hormones, that goes down. By that time, they are starting to present as the gender they are representing, yes? They don't need the bottom surgery. They're going to therapy. They are living happy, fulfilling lives. And they have crossed the line where suicide is, yes, a possibility, but it's like a 10% chance. You're trying to equate to, if they don't get surgery, that's when they're going to go kill themselves. That's when they're more likely to go kill themselves. And that's ultimately not true. Because once you hit 18 in the U.S., that's when you're able to make medical decisions for yourself. So if you have friends and family that are accepting and you can't get your medical doctor to give you hormones, that's going to make you kill yourself because you have friends and family that are accepting. You are able to dress as the gender you want, right? But if I'm able to present in the gender that I am and my friends and family are accepting, I don't need a reason to kill myself. I can just have to wait a few years for me to get hormones. And that's the same thing when it comes to surgery. Oh, well, I can't afford it now, but I'm not going to go kill myself because I can't afford it. And, again, there are countless trans people that go their lives not having the surgery. Their whole lives not having the surgery. And they are living fulfilling lives. The medical professions don't have to do it. Socially, we have come to the conclusion that they should, but they don't have to.
Yeah, well, they got this one woman. She's both sex. She's got tits. She looks like a woman, but she has a penis, So guess what? She gets to go fuck women, and she could be a lesbian, but she actually got a penis. So you think that woman, they got many women like that. These women like it like that. I mean, they love to fuck other women with their penis, and some women are lesbians and they both got pussies and they can talk to each other, right? But what I'm saying is, there's so many different ways to go about it. And some of these women are beautiful. I mean, I've seen some photographs of women that got penises like, holy fuck, man, that penis is bigger than mine, So, but what I'm saying is, I'm not going to go kill myself if you make me a bigger penis. Oh, yeah, I want a bigger penis. Or I'm going to kill myself. I really think this little guy, are you a transvestite or something? Or do you want to get a surgery? It sounds like you want a big penis, or you either want a vagina. I don't know, really. I mean, you're kind of young. You might be, go ask Obama's Michael or Michelle about what she thinks about all that shit, But really, I mean, You're delusional. You're talking about oh, I'm gonna kill myself if I don't get the operation. I mean, you're delusional. If they're saying that shit, they need to be put in a mental hospital. Okay? If you're gonna try to kill yourself because you want a bigger dick than Michelle, okay? Or want a bigger ass than Michelle, whatever, on all that shit. I mean, you need to be put in a fucking mental hospital, bro. Really.
I'm crying right now.
Okay. So
it's extremely entertaining. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, open eyes. Being honest. I mean.
Okay, so a few things here. Okay, I'm losing brain cells every minute. Okay, so a few things when we get into that. I love how no one addressed my blood point, especially after I made it. I think that's really fun. Everyone dodged that. Number two, so saying that trans people are basically going up to doctors and saying, if you don't give me the surgery, I'm gonna kill myself. This is like saying depressed people are going to their pharmacist saying, well, if you don't give me my medication, I'm gonna kill myself, right? This is just not how it works. It's literally a mental
That's what
illness.
people do.
I'm surprised that we can't recognize what mental are anymore. When someone has a mental illness, just like when they have a physical illness, we like to treat these people of those illnesses, right? And see, for example, it wouldn't make sense to get rid of pills that a depressed person could take just because, say, for example, you don't like what's in those pills, right? If it helps a depressed person, we should give them that. Same thing goes with the surgery. It doesn't make sense that just because it's against your ethic or whatever you want to appeal to, doesn't mean we should just let people die. And by the way, sir, dragonflies, okay, there's a difference between meta-ethics, normative ethics, and applied ethics. You need to understand this. Okay.
But you didn't answer my question. It was a yes or no. Is killing someone wrong? Why is it wrong? Why?
So there's no real reason to say why. It's every human being is against it, so we're against it. That's how it is.
That's objective then.
Sure, but it's okay to be subjective when you're in the meta ethics. This is one field of any like philosophy where it's okay to be subjective. Is because you're talking about literally like the basis of literally everything. So it's accepted to be subjective here.
Unfortunately, that's
Where?
not true because. Unfortunately, that's not true. Let's run with psychology as a medical field. Yes, study of the mind. Again, transgenderism was classified as a mental illness. It hit every key point that deserves to be classified as a mental illness. The only reason why they took it out of the book was because of political correctness. You having that as a subjective field, hard for us to actually have the fact. People went on for years saying that's not a medical illness, when it is. Every other illness that is associated with it is a medical illness. Transgenderism can cause depression, it can cause body dysmorphia and dysphoria. Those are medical illnesses that have been treated with therapy and medicine, right? You said we can't know what's in the pill of a capsule presence, yes? We can. By science, we can have the chemicals, we know exactly how they're put in, we know the proportions, we know the quantities, we know the dosing, yes? So, if you're trying to prove this point that medical fields can be subjective when it can't, we have a group of people that need help, and we have another group of people that are designated to help. We can't have subjective science. Now, again, I'm fully for bottom surgery if they want it, because they're paying their money. They are paying their tax dollars, they're paying the bill, they're doing what they have to do. Again, that's their body. We obviously have points where the line is crossed. We cannot physically harm someone because, as Shogun said, they have a fucking fetish to be, of course, or because someone wants to be disabled. That's not logical. That's not benefiting them. Psychologically, though, if we're having bottom surgery, that is benefiting them. That's causing them to have a dopamine effect. It's causing them to feel better about themselves. It's causing them to be productive in society. But again, they don't need it. Again, there are countless people that haven't gotten it, and they are living happy and fulfilling lives. We know because they have documented it. They are saying it. This is an ongoing debate, and you're widely misjudging and misrepresent the trans community. Yes, they want that option, but just because they want the option doesn't mean they have to get it, or else they're going to want to kill themselves. because someone has the option to go to a psychiatrist to get help for depression, doesn't mean they have to kill themselves. Depression is a wide range of things. They can have suicidal thoughts to suicidal tendencies. Again, it comes for trans people. They have suicidal thoughts, they go get therapy. If they have suicidal tendencies, they go get hospitalized. They don't need bottom surgery to not kill themselves. It's not going to heighten them. They will.
Can I bring up?
Again, this is a straw man. I never said that they need bottom surgery in order to not kill themselves. I'm saying likely not to kill themselves if they have this bottom surgery. So I'm going to ask you if you please stop straw manning me. It's logical fallacy.
It's not a straw man, and I want to point something out.
Don't interrupt you. What?
Well, here's what you need to understand, Dex. Everybody disagrees with you in the entire room. Everybody disagrees with you, and everybody wants to point out why you're wrong because you're so insanely, painfully wrong that it's driving everyone insane. But that doesn't actually mean that you get to go every other turn, right? There's still 20 people in the room, which means you should only go one every 20 times. But what's actually happening is you're being allowed to go every other time, and you're being bitchy and complaining every time you feel you're getting interrupted. That's not the case, right? So you get the same amount of turns no matter whether everyone disagrees with you or everyone agrees with you. So right now you think because everyone's taking a shot at your terrible ideas, therefore you get every other word. That's not the case. So it's going to circulate, right? So you get the mic once every 3 times, even though everyone's trying to explain to you why you're wrong, you don't get to respond every time. That's essentially what has to happen because otherwise the person who's most wrong gets the mic the most times, and that's not the case. So I want to now reply to King Dan, right? So King Danny is saying, if you want to have your hands amputated to be My Little Pony, that's not beneficial to you, what being trans surgery is. No, it's actually the exact same thing. The person has a psychological configuration, which you can call a fetish, you can call it a mental health disorder, you can call it a condition, but they think my life will be better if you surgically change my body. And they actually could have such a commitment to that they would be willing to kill themselves if they didn't achieve it. And they could say, I'm either a My Little Pony or I'm nothing. I'm either blind or I'm nothing. I'm either paralyzed or I'm nothing. I will not live if I can't be blind. I will not live if I can't be paralyzed. If you don't cut my spinal cord and make me quadriplegic like I know it was meant to be, I'll throw myself off a roof. So I've been trying to make this point for so long. We cannot let that be our standard of medical ethics. That you are so crazy that you'll kill yourself if I don't do this intervention on you does not justify this intervention. You have to literally be able to say, as a doctor, this is not a medically safe procedure. We cannot provide you the sex reconstruction that you want. We can't give you the functioning organ, et cetera, we deny it. And you can't then say, but then I'll kill myself. Don't you see? You're dooming me to suicide. No, that's called emotional blackmail. Nobody's making you kill yourself. In fact, we're willing to provide treatment for your suicidal impulses. And Dex keeps pointing this out, right? He keeps pointing this out, and it's so absurd because it's the opposite of his point. So he says, well, wait, that's like saying if you're suicidal and depressed, you're saying, I'll kill myself if you don't give me medication. No, the point is, this is the case that proves the opposite. No other mental illness is treated with surgery. That's the whole point. If you're suicidal, we don't give you surgery. If you're bipolar, we don't give you surgery. If you have PTSD, we don't give you surgery. So why are we treating one mental illness with physical surgery of the flesh when it's a mental illness?
Okay, I want to rebuttal.
Those are good points.
So,
Can you guys hear me?
Can I?
Okay. So, all right. So, there is one other mental illness that we do treat with physical surgery, and that is epilepsy. We can go into the brain, cut the left and right portion in half, therefore the neural connections cannot electrolyte and cause them to seize out. That is one thing that happened wrong. I'm sorry. But also, we have to address the issue where, again, this is misrepresenting the trans community because they are not as irrational as they're being painted out to be in this situation. If they're told they cannot have bottom surgery, either they'll go to a hospital that will do so, or they'll just live with the bottom half that they have. Again, we need medical professions to tell, hey, if we do this surgery, you'll have numbness down there. That's why we have that. We have therapy for letting them know, if you're gonna go through with that, shit's gonna be weird. Okay, we get that. But the people you are citing that do want to hurt themselves, they have. they've done it, right? They have mental illnesses. They go to therapy, yes, but then they proceed to do what they want to fucking do. There was a lady that was covered by Dr. Phil. She made herself blind, poured bleach in her eyes. There was another one, transgender woman, right? Didn't have bottom surgery, living a happy life. Then she just woke up one day and said, hey, I just kind of want to cut off my legs. She then proceeded to cut off her legs and then called the hospital. Then we have another case where a woman said, hey, I just don't want my boobs anymore. And because they wouldn't remove the boobs because she didn't have cancer, she cut off her fucking boobs. Those people need to be kept on watch. Those people are more likely to hurt themselves to get what they want. Transgender people are not that fucking insane. Yes, they have a mental illness, but they're not irrational. They understand they can't always get what they want.
So why are you correlating them? You can't correlate those two together. Body mutilation
I'm not
versus...
correlating them. I am just responding to what Gal had said. He was saying that they are the same when I'm saying that they're not. Again, those people need help way more than transgender people. We can say, all right.
I don't see the difference.
That's what I'm saying. We can say you can't have bottom surgery because that's where the line's drawn. We can't do body mutilation. I will agree with you. I won't fight you on it. But I'm just saying that those are two separate groups because trans people are not going to actively go cut off their penises and cut up
But they do.
No,
there have been people that have cut off their penises.
That's actually pretty common.
Yeah, it is. I remember we had a kid in my class when I was in elementary school. He wanted to transition into a female. We were seniors. He was 18, and there was no possible way for him to get it, and so he slammed the door on his penis. That didn't work, and he took a knife. I kid you not, this motherfucker cut his penis in our first period, which was a culinary class, and they had to rush him to the hospital.
Yeah,
Yikes.
Exactly. So all I'm trying to say is, right, if
of a man cutting his penis off with scissors on Twitter, straight man, but you can also just say that, oh, he's trans.
I mean, a person
but hold on. Can you guys hear me? So listen.
Did he go to therapy and get the proper diagnosis? Because again, that is diagnosed. It is again diagnosed. It might not be in the medical book anymore, but it is still
You could do it
diagnosed.
differently, absolutely.
Okay, so
hold on.
You talked in a more way than I have. You 1 and 3 rule. Remember. So the thing is, she just gave an example of a disease that we do treat with physical means, that being epilepsy. So should we not now give these people surgery to fix that? Should it not be done now?
Listen.
Okay, so I want to give you an example, right? So please, both Danny and Dex, I think need to understand this a little more carefully, right? So you have your body and you have your mind, and your mind occasionally creates a conflict with your body, right? So one example would be, what if you had a mental illness that caused you to absolutely hate your right arm? Like every time you look at your right arm, you're just like, I fucking, Like people could have that literal reaction, right? They could look at their right arm and go, oh my God, it doesn't feel right. My right arm feels fucking horribly wrong, right? And they have an obsession, a complete obsession, that the only way they're ever going to feel normal is to cut that right arm off. That is a completely realistic, real thing that can happen. That is an actual mental illness that can happen. You hate your right arm.
So what do you do?
Does that give the doctor the legal obligation to cut off your right arm so that your mental illness stops freaking out every time you see your right arm? No. Obviously not. Your right arm is healthy. Your brain is unhealthy. The right arm has nothing wrong with it. The problem is your mental relation to the right arm that makes you hate it. That is the problem. That is what the medical profession should be focusing on, is how do we make you stop hating your right arm, not how do we cut your right arm off. There is 0.00% difference between this and looking at your penis or your vagina and going, oh my God, that should not be a penis, that should be a vagina. Oh my God, that should be a vagina. There's actually no reason why. You are actually totally fine. You are a woman or a man as you were born. right? That's the actual truth.
True.
And hold on. If you have a mental illness that causes you to look at your healthy vagina or your healthy penis and go, oh my God, it needs to come off, that does not mean the doctor's obligation is now to take a knife to your healthy organs and turn them into something else. You're a doctor's obligation. Hold on, stop jumping in before people are done on the mic. So what I'm saying is, the doctor's obligation is to say, okay, you have a disorder that's causing you to hate your healthy tissue. I need to stop that disorder. Your doctor's obligation is never going to be to hurt the healthy body, to accommodate the diseased mind. And I'm telling you, there is 0.00% difference between wanting to cut off your right arm and wanting to cut off your penis, except that cutting off your penis is worse, much worse.
Again, I said I will agree with you. I will not contest with you. Drawing the line at bodily mutilation. I don't know if you heard me, but that's what I said. We're drawing that line, right? I am saying that you guys are Dex is completely misrepresenting the trans community as helpless and that they can't survive without bottom surgery. And you guys are making it sound like they are just radical at this point because you're equating them to actually going to do it. There is diseases, mental diseases, that make you not want certain body parts. There are mental diseases where it makes you feel like you're actually dead and you stop eating. These are mental diseases that can be helped with therapy, yes. One of them, right, the one where you think that you're actually dead, has to be done with surgery, and you have to be pumped with fluids because you stop eating. Your body starts to deteriorate. You need surgery to help repair limbs and stuff because you break them yourself, right? So, again, I'm saying we're going to draw the line at bodily mutilation. I will not fight you on this one. I'm just saying that people with other ones are more likely to hurt themselves than trans people. And that's another thing that I want Dex to realize, that because they get bottom surgery doesn't mean that they're going to be less likely to kill themselves. That cutoff point was way long before that. When their friends and family accepted that dropped. When they started taking hormones, that dropped. When they started going to the feel they are, that dropped.
Yeah.
Can we also bring up the fact that more people kill themselves after they have bottom surgery? So why the fuck are like?
You're both right for different reasons.
Okay, I just want to respond really quickly because I've been invoked. So this is simply not true. Like the studies simply disagree with you, and this is a straw man. Like what I'm saying is people are more likely to kill themselves when they don't have the surgery. So I'm gonna ask you to please stop straw manning me. I'm never saying if they get the surgery, that means they won't kill themselves, or if they don't get it, that they're automatically gonna kill themselves. That's not what I'm saying. But can you please let me finish really quickly? Can I please finish really quickly? Thank you. So the thing is, I want to ask Sir Galahad this. Like, say, for example, they had that right arm disease, right? But if we didn't amputate their arm would start hitting them in the face, right? Hitting them in the face eventually till they die, right? But say, for example, the arm, if we amputate the arm, they're much more likely to live a longer life. Would it be okay to amputate the arm?
Yes. So hold on. He asked me this question, so I'm going to answer it. Okay. That would be a totally different condition. So if there was a condition where your right arm kept punching you in the face, then yes, you can amputate your arm. But the condition I laid out was where you just have a pathological feeling that your right arm doesn't belong to you. In that case, the doctor would not be ethically validated, and that's the one that corresponds to transgenderism. So the penis is not hitting the guy in the face over and over again. It's not fucking doing anything to it. Well, hold on. So what I'm saying is, the example you're laying out is an example that doesn't exist and doesn't correspond to the real case that we're trying to compare it to. The one I laid out is a perfect analogy. You look at your perfectly fine right arm that's not doing the damnedest thing to hurt you whatsoever, and you go, I need to cut this off. You are crazy. You need to be mentally healthy. You should not cut your arm off. You should not cut your penis off. If your arm keeps grabbing your neck and trying to kill you, then yeah, maybe we need to cut your arm off to make you have a better quality of life. But no, your penis or your vagina is not jumping on your face every night and biting you in the nose.
Well, it may be. It may be repulsive to you.
Yeah, it's funny that we're pretending that gender dysphoria is not a real thing anymore. Because we were just talking about how transgender people are mentally ill, but now they're not mentally ill. See, the thing is with mental illness, right? like things like just get better, they don't work like that. You know, my brother suffers from depression. You can't just tell him, well, stop being depressed. Like you
Feel
can
better.
stop being depressed. This is an actual mental illness. Same thing with gender dysphoria. This is a real mental illness.
What
And
organ
just
did they cut out of your
please
brother?
can I please finish? Seriously, dude. So just like epilepsy, we can treat this physically, and we can make it so that it's not the problem for the person with this disease.
That's fine. Yeah. Who would disagree with?
I disagree with that.
So
It's
Galahad,
fucking
It's
completely fucking
talking over
If we can
people.
help them and relieve them of some emotional or physical pain, why wouldn't we?
Exactly. This is insane.
Everybody ignored my point. I said that people kill themselves more after they have bottom surgery.
No, I disagree with you. The studies don't
That's
show that.
probably
No.
false. Absolutely, I can give you multiple reasons. If
Yeah,
you can't
I
think
mean,
of reasons why it's probably not true.
I bet.
The reason that Sir Galahad
Okay,
is
hold
stumbling
on.
really seriously is real simple.
I wasn't finished.
Okay, hold on. So just a basic thing. If you're talking about something like, did they kill themselves more but with or without surgery, we can only know that by seeing sources. So if you have sources, please post them and then we'll
We
look
don't
at
know what
them.
they're emotionally sensing. That's the problem.
I posted a
I was
post on
saying-
the recording channel.
Okay, I was saying.
Anyways, yeah.
Okay,
this
hold
is where
on.
you
No,
stumble.
hold on. I don't know the gentleman's name, but somebody keeps talking, getting brutally overtalked. So go ahead, dude, before.
Okay. I was saying that I will find it, but yeah, like I've more people they kill themselves after they have the surgery. That would make sense because after you have
No, why do you keep over talking? What's going on? This dude is clearly talking. Stop
oh my
over
god,
talking.
are you deaf?
Yeah, either you're not hearing the dude and you need to leave the room and come back, or you're being a dipshit. You need to stop it.
Okay. I was saying that, like, more people would kill themselves after they have the surgery. I mean, it would make sense because, I mean, one genitals, it's like they're cutting veins, they're cutting organs in there, and it's like, there's like a 20% chance that your genitals are going to be responsive sexually and pleasure-wise, and so. And I don't think a lot of people would want to live with dead genitals. I don't know. That's just what I would think the normal person would think, but I don't know. All I know is that if my penis wasn't responsive, I would not want to live. That's all I'm saying.
Well, people try regardless, I guess.
So, alright, you keep equating transgenderism, right? Those mental illnesses associated with depression. Yes, depression does not need it does not need surgery to fix. Thing with transgenderism, you don't need surgery, you want it. And again, I think that's your right to get it, but you don't have to get it. There are laws in place to protect us, right? And if it's seen as a danger to yourself, then unfortunately, too fucking bad. Equating transgenderism to depression is two fucking different things, right? Depression doesn't go away at all. Yes, there is once every blue moon where you can feel enlightened, but depression, you'll have to be on SSRIs forever. You have other things where you cannot focus. You start to have thoughts of suicide, and you're more likely to be on suicidal tendencies, right? Transgenderism, it is literally proven that all you fucking need is acceptance, therapy, and hormones. That's
Yeah,
right?
it could be just a hormonal imbalance.
Right, you just need those three things, and your quality of life gets way better. Again, they don't need the fucking surgery, and I'm not trying to straw man you. This is how you're coming off, and this is what you're sounding like. That once they get better, right? Once they get all these things and they get to present themselves, and they don't get bottom surgery, they drop back to step one, and that's not how it works.
Okay, so responding to a few things, they don't need the surgery. Sure, you don't need the surgery, but it is massively beneficial. Like, if you want me to, I can link you the studies if you want me to, King Daniel. I can link you the studies, but it's shown that it does help with transgender people. It does lower suicide rates. This is just simply true. And gender dysphoria, it is a real thing. It's a real mental illness. Like earlier, Sir Galahad, you were saying, well, some people are saying transgenderism isn't a mental illness. That's stupid. But now you're mocking it as a mental illness. This is a real thing that people have to deal with. Just like depression is a mental illness, transgender dysphoria is a real mental illness. I mean, I don't know
Okay,
why
so
you're coming in.
my position is painfully clear. Listen, hold on. I'm going to go to bed pretty soon, but my position is painfully clear, right? So yes, transgenderism is a mental illness like depression. We're correct on that. However, there's a fundamental difference between depression and transgenderism. We don't treat depression with surgery, and yet we treat transgenderism with surgery. So my whole position here is that transgenderism is a mental illness and requires the same treatment that all other mental illnesses require, being medication, counseling, therapy, and other forms of interventions on the line of counseling, therapy, and medication. There is no other circumstance where surgery is an appropriate treatment for mental illness, and transgenderism, my claim therefore is simply that transgenderism is also an inappropriate case for surgery. So you literally act as though you don't see what I'm saying here. I'm saying mental illnesses require medication. They don't require surgery. Transgenderism is a mental illness. You agree with this, and you understand that depression is a mental illness. Because it is a mental illness, it is actually a complex of 5 mental. Well, I'm sorry, sir, but you need to understand the rules here. So you can't interrupt. You can't speak when anyone else is speaking, and that's actually not what the disagreement is even about. See, the thing is, Dex actually agrees with me that transgenderism is a mental illness. That stop speaking, don't speak again. So what I'm saying is, he actually already understands. Okay, if you don't understand the concept of not interrupting, not speaking when someone else has the mic, you'll be removed from the server. That's just that simple. If it's amusing to you or whatever, you can leave or you can be banned. If you want to wait your turn, you can. So I'm just saying the disagreement here is actually not even about that. Dex understands that this is a mental illness, and I understand it's a mental illness. It's actually 5 mental illnesses: gender dysphoria, gender dysmorphia, body dysmorphia, and gender identity disorder. It's 5 different mental illnesses that are called transgenderism. But the difference is, there is no other mental illness we treat with surgery. So all I'm saying is we should treat transgenderism the same way we treat every other mental illness, with therapy, counseling, and medication. My fundamental disagreement is that surgery of the body is an appropriate treatment for a disorder of the mind. And Dex just ignores this, like he doesn't address it. All I'm saying is, yes, the mental illness exists. Yes, it needs to be treated. No, we don't want these people to kill themselves. And no, surgery is not the right treatment.
I was gonna say that I see it as a mental illness because it's just like, I mean, the person themselves may feel normal, but what they want and what they see themselves as is not normal. And that's the thing with mental illness. I feel a lot of people misconstrue is that people that are mentally ill, they think that they're normal. They think they're living a normal life. They think that they're thinking normal thoughts, but in reality, their shit is so ass backwards. They need help.
And how if you have any sort of determination and what happens.
You're right about that. The mental illness is, a lot of people educate themselves and they use big words, like they go to college and they think they know it all. They're like 21 years old, 24, 25 years old, and these young kids think they know it all. But when adults that's older than them are trying to say, look, dude, you're fucking wrong. You're fucking wrong. And everybody's telling you you're fucking wrong. That means you have a mental illness. Your brain is fucked up. You're supposed to listen to your elders. When I was raised up, when I was a kid, I was told to listen to the old people. They know more. They know more. Okay? It's a law. I mean, you can't go against the law. You don't go against older people that know more, and you're fucking 21, 25, 30 years old, and you're gonna fucking act like a dumb fucking ass. You know what? You need to go in the hospital. I don't care if you use big words.
I'm sorry to say, but we don't actually think that way here. Everybody's allowed to have their opinion regardless of age. And in my experience, sometimes 18-year-olds or, whatever can actually be quite a bit more intelligent than older people. So I've often met older people who are wrong and younger people who are right. So I'm just going to point that out.
And I just want to respond to a few things here. So just because someone's older than you doesn't make them automatically wrong.
That's pretty stumble because gender dysmorphia, dysphoria is what's punching them. So you're just wrong in assuming that nothing is punching them. That's it. That's the only place you were wrong in anything you said.
You're calling it an illness. It's not an illness. You just have a misconception of normality.
Okay, dude, 1 second. Dude, it absolutely is a mental illness. The definition of mental illness is like something that goes on with your brain that affects you negatively on the outside. Okay, this is a mental illness. Same as with depression. Same as with all this stuff. This is why they have a higher suicide rate. Every trans person, every person knows this. Okay, but I want to respond to this point that surgeries are only used for transgenderism. So actually, this is not true. And doctors are actually considering surgeries for things like schizophrenia, anorexia disorders, obsessive compulsive disorders, and depression. They're actually starting to do neurodactylometry surgery. So even this on its face is absolutely false. That doctors are not doing this. It's a simple misunderstanding. So I would implore you to look at the studies. This is simply not true. What Galahad has been saying this whole time is just simply not true.
So I know exactly what you're talking about, and they tried that before, and doctors are currently trying to not have that go again, because when they did that surgery, it left people, they were like fucking vegetables. Again, surgeries cannot fix neurological problems. The only ones they can do is epilepsy. That's because disconnecting the two brain wires that are actually causing seizures. So I know what you're trying to say, I know what you're trying to do, and unfortunately you are completely wrong. Tried using surgeries on other mental illnesses, they failed miserably. They understood that SSRIs are the only way to help. You can try diet and exercise, having friends, therapy can also help with that, right? So again, when it comes to transgenderism, yes, it is a mental health. But again, you don't need to have this said surgery. You don't have to want it. A lot of trans people don't want it. They just want to be represented as the gender that they identify as, yes? And you're grossly misunderstanding what we're trying to say. You are coming off as saying that, hey, trans people, if they don't fucking get their surgeries, they're gonna want to die more, and their suicide rates are so fucking high because they don't have bottom surgery. But transgender suicide rates are high, but so are gay suicide rates, depression suicide rates. You can apply that to any fucking thing, and I can guarantee
to provide that to veterans more, that'll kill them.
Hey, you have people with PTSD that kill themselves, and that's a higher rate than transgender rates.
Right, you keep assuming it's an illness. Sorry.
Because again, it is an illness. Dex, you are using this on a scale where you're trying to justify body mutilation, right? I'm gonna say body mutilation because that's what it is, right? And although it will make them happier, it's not gonna fix it. Trans people will still have to go through therapy, still have to go through hormones, and they will still have to have people around them that will be supportive and loving. Completely wrong.
Like, why do you guys keep, even the people who are for transgenderism here keep arguing that it's an illness? I don't understand why people don't think that it's probably not an illness at all.
Well, if I could address that, I haven't spoken in a while. It is objectively a mental illness, right? So I am someone who's
why? Why are you saying that?
I'm literally in the process of answering that, and you interjecting with that question after I was already answering was counterproductive and against the rules. So just remain silent, and the question you're asking of why would literally be what I was in the process of answering when you interrupted me. So I'm telling you precisely why. Don't interrupt. So what I'm saying is, right, I'm diagnosed with bipolar. Bipolar is one of the most deadly mental illnesses that exists. What is an illness? An illness is called a pathology. What is a pathology? Something that is harmful or detrimental. Why is it pathological? Because we die, okay? We kill ourselves. If you have bipolar, you're probably going to kill yourself and die. That's not a very good thing to happen, so we call it an illness or a pathology. transgender people also kill themselves and also die. That's also not a very good thing. So it's a pathology. If you have PTSD, you have a pathology. You're going to kill yourself much more likely. That's not good. Same is true with borderline personality, same as one with bipolar, same with PTSD, same with severe depression, same with schizophrenia, same with transgenderism. So when you have this mental configuration, it makes you kill yourself with a very high degree. So therefore, it's a pathology and it's a mental illness, right? It's an illness because it lowers your risk of survival and it makes you die.
Okay, so a few things to respond to.
Yeah,
so when you try, the notion that surgery doesn't help is not true. What's your name? I can't find your name. I think you're King Daniel. Yeah, this simply not true. You're not. I mean, this is everything you're saying is not grounded by any sort of studies or any facts. And I just proved to you that we do use surgeries for like mental illnesses. I don't know why you keep on playing on this point, because it seems like, first of all, your whole point of it being against ethics, this is just not true, right? I have precedent to say that we can use surgery to treat these illnesses. So your whole point is just invalid out of like years of precedent. So it's simply not true.
Again, we have tried this before. We did it in the 60s, we did it in the 90s, we did it in the early 2000s. Every time we had went into someone's brain for an illness that cannot be fucking fixed with surgery, they have been left scarred and as a vegetable. There are a lot of psychologists that are saying, hey, don't fucking do this because you're doing more harm than good. And again,
that's just not correct.
Surgery is not the answer. You literally don't need surgery to make you feel better. Again, I'm all for people doing what they want with their body, right? They want to have transgender surgery? Yeah, sure. I don't care. That's not my business. But you know what? When you're saying that they need the surgery to become full and whole again, that's not fucking truth. You don't. They don't. Not only the science, but trans people themselves are saying it. They just need acceptance from friends and family. Their friends and family don't accept them. You know what? They're gonna get the big sad. If they don't have hormones because they can't have access to them, you know what? That's gonna be a big sad. You know, if they're not allowed to dress the way that they want to dress to present the gender that they are, you know what? They're gonna be big sad. These are steps way before they need the surgery. This is way before this is during therapy stages. They will kill themselves then. They are more likely to kill themselves then. You
My
are
turn.
completely wrong.
My turn. Celtic here. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
I would like to point out that transgender ideology is inherently a religious ideology for the simple fact that it assumes, be quiet and let me speak, please. It assumes that people have a soul which can be born into the wrong body. It assumes the existence of a thing that's scientifically proven.
Okay, multiple things wrong here. Transgenders never assume that there's a soul. The whole point is
Well,
that
whatever you want to call it.
No, Celtic, you need to let me finish this.
No. You're being dishonest. You're being
Celtic, chill. Celtic, be quiet, bro. Listen.
This is a joke.
Okay, well, listen, Celtic. All right, good try. Thanks for trying to be here, but unfortunately that didn't work out. We'll carry on without you.
Okay. So he was wrong in number one. They assume there's a soul. No transgender person says this. We're talking about brains. Never did any pro-trans person here mention anything about souls. Now, surgery is not the answer. You're just wrong. This is what the studies say. It reduces the risks of suicide and mental problems. Trans people disagree with you. Studies disagree with you. Doctors disagree with you. You have no legs to stand on. You're simply wrong. And the notion that trans people are just saying that they need acceptance and they don't need the surgery as well, you are absolutely wrong. You have no standing in this whatsoever.
Jack,
So,
you're wrong. Look, Jack, you're fucking little kid. Shut the fuck up.
Okay, hold on. Open eye. Listen, you can't take that narrative that he's a kid and that he has to shut up. Listen, we do have 18-year-olds on the server, very intelligent, like, for example, Valen and other people in the past. So you literally can't take this narrative that they're too young to have an opinion. That's just not our perspective here. Even if you're a minor, you're allowed to argue your point. So you can disagree. You can't tell him he's too young and he has to shut the fuck up. That's not family vibe.
Okay, so again, I'm gonna reiterate these points. No one addressed the blood point or that surgeries are used for mental illnesses. So I'm gonna reiterate those. Hopefully, someone will address them and not run away from them.
What blood point are you trying to?
Can I please finish, dude?
What blood point?
I'm about to present them right now, so please don't interrupt me, dude. Okay, so number one, the blood point. Okay, there is no advantages of taking away your blood. It doesn't even make you live longer. So under the ethical standards, transfusions should not be allowed because they hurt the body. There is no positives to them. Number two, surgeries are used for other mental illnesses. So this whole ethics thing is simply not true. There is years of precedent of using surgeries to treat mental illnesses. After all, when you do treatments, what you're trying to do is you're trying to lower the risk of someone dying from a certain disease. So treatment can be anything so long as it accomplishes that goal. So again, this is simply it's just false.
You claimed nobody responded to that point. I did respond to that point. I said that you found a legitimate place in medical ethics where there's a conflict between two values, right? The values of charity and helping other people and minimizing harm, and the values of doing no harm, right? And we have made a compromise in that place. So yes, you have found an inconsistency in a value, right? Not all values are completely absolute. There are exceptions to them. You have found one. You think it's winning you the argument, but it is not.
Since no one's responding, I'm gonna go ahead and jump in.
Hold on. Someone is responding, but they're for some reason very quiet, so I can't even tell who it is. But somebody's literally talking right now.
Turn up your mic.
Yeah, whoever is talking right now, you're too quiet. We can't hear you. You're just gonna keep getting overtalked. But all I'm saying to Dex is you have one mental illness. We both agree, fortunately, it's a mental illness, which is great. That's a good start. We just have two different approaches to how to treat it. I'm saying therapy, counseling, meditation, yoga, special fitness camps, I don't know, cognitive behavioral therapy. There's 1,000,001 ways. I'm just saying don't core out your fucking anatomy. That's literally the sum total of my argument, is that the appropriate treatment for mental illness is not literally physically mutilating your anatomy. And that's kind of obvious to me, but apparently this has become like politically crazy talk to be like, hey, those healthy organs you have, those aren't the problem. It's actually your thinking that's the problem. People are like, oh my God, how do you not see that the body is the problem and not the mind? And I'm just like, how do you not see the mind is the problem and not the body? It's just like absurdly simple, and yet we've been over it like 1,000,000 times, keep kicking the same ball back to you, and you're finding 1,000,000 ways not to respond. But what I'm telling you is the problem is not the body, the problem is the mind. So taking a knife to the body that is healthy is not the way to treat the mind that is diseased.
Is that a biblical idea? Because I know in the Bible it says if some body part is causing you to sin, cut it off. So if you apply that to transgenderism, saying if I feel some sort of problem with part of my body, why wouldn't I not cut it off? It's biblical, at least.
I mean, that is like a very strange, like tangential way to connect
Is it not biblical, though?
teaching. Well, no, because so what you're referring to, please stop over talking. So you keep doing this thing where you ask a question and then you interrupt and then you interrupt and then you interrupt. We don't do that, right? If you ask the question and you yield the mic for the response, you must then be silent until you hear the full response. So only one person has the mic at a time. If you say, is this biblical? And then I begin answering, you must hear my answer. You no longer have the mic. So that's how that works. So I'm now going to answer this, right? It's actually kind of an interesting question. So you said, is this biblical? Well, the point is, in the Bible, Jesus said it's better to lose part of your body than go to hell, basically. And what he was saying is, shut the fuck up, Dex, and stop being a little bitch. How about that, okay? That's step one for you. Okay. So what I'm going to say is, and that was a response to a DM that he's being obnoxious as fuck.
I didn't even.
So all I'm saying is, in the Bible, it says that, you know, if it's better to cut off your hand or cut out your eye than to go to hell. But no, that doesn't correspond to the transgender doctrine of cutting off your penis.
Why?
Because
Why?
it's not. Stop interrupting, you obnoxious person. Like, how simple is the rule that you don't keep? Okay, Sinclair, you're not going to get kicked from the server if you continue to interrupt. So if you want to be here, and no, please don't mute him, right? The problem is you're saving his ass by muting him. You're preventing him from getting the well-deserved ban. I want him to continue to interrupt if he really needs the ban, and to change if he really wants to stay. So when people throw that mute on him, you're just saving his ass. I don't want him to be saved. If he's going to interrupt me again, I want him to be banned. So please don't save his ass by muting him. Shut the fuck up. How about that? So all I'm trying to tell you is, no, it's not a biblical idea you should cut your penis off to prevent from sinning, because it's not a sin to have a penis, right?
If I could chime in on this one point right here, you know, I'm not too familiar with the actual Bible passage that you're referring to, but the idea is that, you know, you'll cut out your eye or cut off your hand, right? These things, if they're committing you to do sin, that these things tie you to this world. You know, so basically what I'm trying to say is that what the Bible's trying to tell you is to transcend beyond the needs of the body, and that would apply to this. So, I mean, so if you, it's not so much, you know, getting the transgender surgery is more of appeal to the body rather than it is to the mind, because, you know, it's more of a, I don't know, guys, sorry, my brain power has been pretty exhausted.
You're right.
But that's my point. Yes, go ahead, please.
Well, what do you think a covenant is? Any Jewish biblical covenant was a circumcision that I remember, or at least cutting off. It was a making of a point. Is that I can mark my body and cut shit off just for the sake of life being better?
Well, I mean, no. Well, in the case of circumcision, that's really more of a covenant with God, rather, you know, to sign your to show your, I guess, faith, you know, to God. But
So it's biblical.
Well, that is biblical, yes, but Christians aren't uphold to that tradition because Jesus relieved us of those when he died on the cross for our sins, and he also upheld, you know, he said, I'm not here to relieve my Father's laws, but rather to fulfill them. So we no longer have to fulfill that obligation for circumcision, you know, so that kind of argument's kind of, but I don't want to trail off from what the actual argument here is.
But it's not an illness, right?
It's see, the thing is about with mental illness and stuff like that, we have to, like, if you're going off of what the APA says, American Psychological Association, not the Pool Association, you have to take into consideration that they have a very loose interpretation and are very politically driven, right? And my example of this is going to be their definition of what masculinity is. If you look up the APA definition of what masculinity is, it is technically a mental illness, right? And then that's a reference to toxic masculinity. So I mean, the idea, like, psychology is, you know, it's not like a hard science, right? Like, we want to think it's a hard science with all the, you know, neuroscience and stuff that goes along with it, and the biochemistry that go along with your psychological decisions. You know, it's really interesting stuff. I actually just got done taking psych bio last semester. Got a C, by the way. So doing good.
These get degrees.
Hey, yeah, that's my like. Well, I already got accepted to university. Why do I have to try? But no, but I actually am gonna have to try more now because I want to get into a master's program. But anyways, what I'm trying to say is that we should take these you know, things into consideration. You know, if we're going to go off of technical, freaking technical meanings of what we think these things are, when these interpretations are loose at best.
Okay, just want to respond to a few things. The reason I'm DMing is because he told me to wait 1 and 3. He did not do this, that's why I DM'd him. So, what I'm saying is your therapy has no evidence that it works. Mine does. There's been multiple studies on the effects of transition surgery helping trans people. There's been no studies on your therapy. So if there is, I'm going to ask you to supply those studies. Okay, so the thing is, yeah, we can bring up this two values argument, but it's still against the doctor's ethics. See, you can do a blood transfusion, it's just that the doctors can't do it because it's against their ethics. There's no way to escape this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's fair enough. I mean, if you have evidence that it hurts, then that would be nice to see. If you're saying there's evidence that it helps, that's...
So again, there's two different things here, right? One is the psychological, emotional, and social outcomes, and you can perhaps point and say that these transgender surgeries have psychological or emotional or social benefits, and that may be true, but there are also physical, biological harms. So the point is, it's not a free benefit, it's not a total consequence. You have to weigh them against each other. So if you are lowering suicide rate, fine, that's good. You're also lowering testosterone levels, you're lowering muscle density, you're lowering bone density, you're lowering energy levels, you're lowering emotional levels. So for a man to have a healthy emotional state, he needs a healthy testosterone level. If your testosterone level goes down, you become depressed, lethargic, fatigued, weak. So if you cut your balls off, you'll become chronically low testosterone, and that's going to cause depression, low energy, low muscle mass, low bone density, and all these other problems. So all I'm saying is you're literally compromising the whole physical health of the organism. And even if you're saying, okay, this is, has this psychological benefit, that's fine. I'm just saying it's not a pure benefit. It's a benefit with a physical cost.
Well, do you think that there's a hormonal difference between some men?
Well, this point that we're compromising their health, it's proven that after assignment surgery, that mortality decreases. They're more likely to live longer lives. So this is simply not true that they're compromising their health. We're making it so that they can live longer lives.
But a lot of them are regretting their transition surgeries.
They could reject. I mean, they could have the surgery and completely reject the idea that they not want it. That could happen.
No, it's happening, and it's happening a lot more than what people are admitting.
But it also happens. Here's the thing: it happens the other way as well. They get the surgery and it improves their quality. So it's yes for both sides. That's the hard part, I guess. So there must be other factors contributing why people tend to be suicidal. It could be hormonal, it could be social, it could be a number of reasons.
Or they have mental illnesses to begin with.
If someone doesn't fit in a certain culture, or they feel like there's some sort of unease,
Listen, I got to address Dex, okay? Because I'm not going to go back and forth in DMs. The problem with you is you understand the rules, you understand the value of the rules, and you understand that you are entitled to those rules, and indeed you are, and you always have been. On that amount, we're in total agreement. What I will not accept is that you're complaining and bitching as though you're not getting a fair turn on the mic, when everybody knows you've been getting a completely fair turn on the mic. You've been getting regular turns on the mic. Nobody's interrupting you. You're insisting on your full turn. And then you're blowing on my DMs going, oh my God, I'm not getting my turn. Yeah, you are getting your turn. So you got nothing to complain about. So I'm going to make this fucking clear to you, Dex. Either take your turn on the mic and use your 2 minutes and insist on not getting interrupted and shut the fuck up and stop complaining, or leave the fucking server. If you're not happy with the turns on the mic you're getting, then you're an obnoxious little fucking twat. Get the fuck up. Okay, because you're getting plenty of time on the mic. Nobody is bullying you. Nobody is silencing you. You're getting every fucking turn and every fucking respect. And if that's not good enough, you're an eggshell little bitch. Get the fuck out. If you're happy getting the same turns as every other adult, then stop complaining and stop whining and take your turns and use them and then hand off the mic and stop bitching. Jesus Christ, how entitled are you, bro?
My whole point is that you told me to wait 1 and 3. You did not do the same thing, dude.
Shut
My
the
whole
fuck
point
up,
is
Dex.
that the
Take your
moderators
turns and
want
stop
to follow-
bitching or get the fuck out. I'm not in the patience for it whatsoever. Okay, kick, come back if you want. What a little fucking prick. Honestly,
Well, we
he
can learn to
whines every turns he gets overtalked, so everyone gives him his mic. Every time he gets, oh, let me finish, and everybody lets him finish. And then he DMs you, oh, I'm getting interrupted. No, you're literally microphone hogging, taking every second turn. What a little twat. What fucking entitled little pricks they're raising these days. Jesus Christ.
Well,
I kind of want to get everybody.
That's your brain on liberal propaganda.
On that note, ladies and gentlemen, I think that might be a good place to wrap up our 4-hour podcast on transgender issues. Things got pretty heated. I would like to thank our live audience for joining in. It was quite amazing to see how we started off with 9 and ended up with about 31 at our max. Again, thank you for joining us. You can find us at the Roundtable Discord server by Googling us. Check out our YouTube page, our Instagram. We're on Twitch now. Come check out our stream and come stop by our server. Come say hi. Let's hear your opinion. What do you have to say on our issues? And we talk about stuff all the time. So if you're an intellectual and you want to be intellectually stimulated, come by our server. We want to hear from you. So thank you for joining us.
That was awesome, Merlin. There's nobody listening though, bro. The recording bot has been gone for an hour.
Oh, that's fine. I'm actually recording on my own end.
Okay.
I have OBS going. So I just want to say, yeah, that's it. I'm closing it up. If we could all please migrate up to Roundtable 1 and continue the conversation there. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us.